Hey folks, in this video, I'm going to show you how to build this one-page developer portfolio website, turn it into a custom WordPress theme, and deploy it to the internet. In the first part of this video, I'll show you how to set up the website and install WordPress using web hosting from today's sponsor, SiteGround. Then, we'll build the static website from a custom Figma design using HTML and Sass. This website has all the basic components of a portfolio site. It has a hero section where you can introduce yourself, a skills section to display your tech knowledge, a project section where you can share your best work, and a contact section where people can find you online. To code the static website, we'll be using Flexbox, Grid, CSS custom properties, some cool features like fluid typography, and I'll show you how to organize your styles into components and utility classes. We'll take that static website and turn it into a custom WordPress theme using the classic editor and advanced custom fields. Then, I'll show you how to set up a local WordPress environment which will migrate from local to the staging and production sites on SiteGround. SiteGround is the sponsor of this video, but I genuinely like and recommend them and have been using them on my own website for the past 7 years and counting. They have managed hosting that comes with a lot of features that'll keep your website running fast and secure. And they have built-in tools that I'll be showing you later on that really come in handy whether you're setting up your own website or managing multiple clients as a freelancer. If you want to code along with me, you can get the starter code which I have up on GitHub linked down below. Alright, let's get into the video. Alright, so we're here on SiteGround's website. So if you're getting web hosting from them, they have 3 tiers that you can choose from. So the lowest tier, you really can only get one website and you have, some space and visits. And then the other tiers, they actually have unlimited websites that you can set up and they have more web space and more visits. The top Go Geek tier, it has the most features and you also get some exclusive features that the other tiers don't have, including if you're working with clients and you might need to set up multiple websites or you even want to white label things. And you get the highest tier of resources, meaning that your servers are going to be faster than the other 2 tiers have. So they are doing a Black Friday sale until December 2nd, where the lowest tier is $199, middle tier is $399, and the Go Geek top tier is $599. And just one note on pricing. So pretty much any web host, SiteGround included, is going to give you a really big discount for the first year, and then the prices are going to go up to the regular price the second year. And you can kind of see that, the top tier is $44.99 per month after the deal is over. And that does sound like a lot, but I do consider SiteGround kind of a premium host. And even if they're a little more expensive than some other hosts that you can have, I do really feel that the features and the benefits that you get from SiteGround are worth it, especially if you are, a freelancer and you're going to manage multiple client websites. There's a lot of things that they just kind of have built in that, otherwise you might have to set up yourself, especially if you're doing self-managed hosting. All right, so in this video, I am going to be using the Go Geek tier just because I want to show you some of the features that you can get with that highest tier. So if you want to purchase, click this Get Plan button. And then on the next screen, it has the option of registering a new domain. You get 1 year for free, or you can just say that you have an existing domain. So if you don't want to get a new domain, what you can do is just say you have an existing domain and it doesn't really matter what you put in here. So you can just type in whatever.com, click continue. And then, it says this domain does not exist. And then you can just say, I'll register it later. And then on the next screen, you can fill out, all the different account information and so on that you need, put in your payment stuff. I'm going to do some extra premium add-ons if you want those, and then pay now. All right, so once you've set up your account, you should be able to log into your SiteGround account and you'll see a dashboard that should look something like this. So we're going to set up a new website for our WordPress website. So on the top menu tab, go to websites, and I do have multiple websites already set up here. So if you want to create a new website, click the new website button. And then again, you have the option of domain name. I'm just going to use a temporary domain for this video. So select that and then click continue. And here you have some settings for your new website. One thing I did want to mention is that you can actually select what data center you want your website to be located in, which I think is pretty cool. So you can actually select different locations around the world, depending on where visitors to your website are going to be coming from. And if you have multiple websites on your SiteGround account, they can all be located in different data centers. They don't all have to be in the same one. So I think that flexibility is kind of nice. And you have options for your website. You can start a new website and kind of pre-install WordPress, WooCommerce, Weebly. You can migrate an existing website. I'm just going to skip and create a blank site. And then here's some more premium add-ons, and we're not going to use those, so I'm going to click Finish here. And it might take a little while for the new website to get set up. All right, so our website has been set up. So let's first go to the Site Tools to check that out. All right, so here's the Site Tools dashboard for the website that we just set up. SiteGround has actually made their own custom version of the Site Tools instead of using the cPanel tool that you may have used with other web hosts. I think the UI is a little bit better, which is pretty nice. And they have some built-in tools that I wanted to mention to you that I think are pretty handy. So one of them is in the speed section here. They have server level caching. So they have 3 different kinds of caches that you can use for your website, which make your website loading speed a lot faster. So this first type of caching is for static resources of your website, so images and asset files. And then they have this dynamic cache, which is for non-static resources like database queries. And then they have memcache, and this says that it helps the loading speed of content that's not covered by the dynamic cache. And you need to manually switch it on your site tools first in order for it to work on the WordPress site. So another feature that I really like is that you have a CDN, and SiteGround actually gives you a basic CDN included for free. And this is nice because if you've ever tried to set up a Cloudflare CDN for your website, you have to, go in to your DNS settings and adjust them. And that's just a little bit of a hassle. And if you haven't done that before, it can be kind of confusing. So I think it's nice that SiteGround has this included automatically. All right, so let's look at the WordPress tools. So in the WordPress section, you can install WordPress from the Site Tools. So let's start by adding that. All right, so when we're adding WordPress, I'm just going to use all the default values that they give us. And then under the admin info, you want to fill out the WordPress login with the username and password and also the email. And they have this option of install with WordPress Starter. So this is a plugin if you're not really sure what you want to add in terms of themes and plugins to your WordPress site, then this can help you kind of walk through that process and give you some starter themes and starter plugins. I don't really need that, so I'm just going to leave this unchecked. And then once you fill out all your info, you can click the install button to start the installation. All right, so it might take, several seconds or even a minute for the WordPress installation to complete, but once it's done, you should see something like this. And now you can go to the WordPress admin panel. And if you see this screen, this is again kind of like this wizard if you're not really sure what to set up in WordPress. And if you want, you can do that. I don't really need this, so I'm just going to go to Exit Wizard and go straight to the WordPress dashboard. So when you install WordPress on a SiteGround site, SiteGround does include some SiteGround plugins in your WordPress installation that I wanted to mention. So in our plugin list, we have Security Optimizer, which is a security plugin. Then you have SiteGround Central, which is, again, helps you get started with the WordPress website. And then we have Speed Optimizer, which is a speed plugin. So let's check out the Speed Optimizer first. In the left sidebar, you can go to the plugin here. And if we go to caching, which is the first option in the left sidebar, again, we have these 3 types of server level caching that SiteGround has. So dynamic caching is automatically turned on. You can turn on the file-based caching for static versions of the HTML. And then we have the memcache. And if you want to turn this on, you do need to turn it on in the Site Tools before you turn it on here in WordPress. And another feature that I found pretty helpful is that you can actually purge the cache manually. And I found that pretty helpful after making changes to website files, and you just want to make sure that the changes all go through. Then under environment, you can force HTTPS, which is good because, that'll make your website more secure. And you can also optimize WordPress to not use as much CPU when you're logged in. and also clean up your database every week. Then in front end, these settings basically let you minify and combine your different website files so that it reduces the number of server requests that they create if you haven't already done that yourself in your code files. Then under media, you can compress your images. You can also convert all your images to the WebP format, which is a lot smaller and more compact than regular JPEG or PNGs. And then you have some lazy loading options as well. So next, if we go to the Security Optimizer in the left sidebar, under Site Security, there's a bunch of settings that you can use to lock files and folders from editing or execution that you don't want to have. And you can also disable some WordPress features that are often leveraged by hackers. Then in Login Security, you can customize a login URL to be different from that default WP admin page. You can also limit logins to certain IP addresses and set up 2FA for users, and some other things just to make the admin side of your website more secure. And they also have logs of IP activity, as well as actions you can take if your website has been hacked. And going back to the SiteGround site tools, I just wanted to point out a couple more WordPress related tools that you might find really helpful. So in the WordPress section, you can create a staging site. So this will make a copy of your live production website using a different subdomain name, but it's going to be publicly available. So you can use this if you are pushing a new feature out to the website that you don't want to go to the live site yet, but you do want to be able to show to the client for client approval. And then once all the changes get approved, then you can easily migrate the staging site to the production site just through the site tools. So in addition to that, in the auto update section, SiteGround will update the WordPress core software for you, and they'll also update the PHP versions for you when the new ones come out. And you can have SiteGround also update plugins, or you can turn that option off if you want. But I will say, as someone who had to spend a lot of time manually updating WordPress core software and plugins, it's a really big hassle sometimes. And so it's just nice that SiteGround will do this for you automatically. In addition, if anything ever goes wrong with, a plugin update or a WordPress update, or, let's say you push something to the production site that you didn't want to, you can always restore a backup, which SiteGround keeps. If you go to the security section in backups, SiteGround will keep daily backups of your site, and you can restore them with one click through the site tools. If anything goes wrong, you can always just revert back to a previous version. All right, so let's start building our static site using HTML and Sass for our styles. So I have the project open in VS Code, and we don't have too much here, but we have in our project root an index.html file, which is currently blank. Then we have some subfolders. So the first subfolder is the IMG or image folder, and in that we have the images from our Figma design. Then below that we have an SCSS folder, and this is going to be where we're going to put all of our Sass styles. And I have some starter files just to kind of start building this out. So we have our main style.scss file, and in here you can see that we are forwarding the global and components subfolders, which are up here. Now, I haven't added any actual styles yet for the components or the global styles, but we just have an index Sass partial for both of them that we'll add to later on as we create our Sass partials. Then we have a util folder, and I have some styles here for things I use in pretty much every project. So let's take a look at this functions.scss file. And in the functions Sass file, I have two functions, a rem function, which converts from pixels to rems, and then an em function, which converts from pixels to ems. So I use this for sizing things, usually with font sizes. Then below the functions, we have our index Sass file, of course, and then we have our mixins.scss file. And this one's kind of new. If you've seen my videos before, you may remember that when I'm using fluid typography, I often use this online website that is kind of like a calculator. However, there's actually a Sass mixin that does the exact same thing as that online website. And I figured that would be a little bit more convenient to use in the code. So I added that here. And there's also a comment with the source for where it came from in case you want to check this out yourself. So we have the FS Fluid mixin, which creates the fluid typography. And then below that, we have breakpoints. So we have two mixins, breakpoint and then breakpoint down. And this creates our media queries. And they both use this breakpoints SAS map to denote the medium and the large sizes based on viewport width. So we're going to be using this quite a lot in our code. Okay, so let's close all this stuff out. And for our SAS compiling, I'm using the VS Code Live SAS extension, which you can see down here. So I'm going to turn on Watch SAS, and then the extension is going to create the style.css, the final file, and there's nothing here yet because we haven't really added any styles. And we also have the Go Live button, which is from the VS Code extension Live server. So I'm using the Live SAS to compile the SAS and using a Live server to load the local website. So we have a blank website right now, which we will add to more later, of course. So I'm just going to start by creating some boilerplate in HTML in our index.html file. Save that there. And we'll say the title will be Developer Portfolio. Maybe I'll say Coder at the beginning of it. There we go. All right, so this is basically the starter files that we're starting with. Now let's take a look at the Figma design. All right, so here's our Figma design, and this is a custom design that I created myself. If you want, you can get the Figma design file as well as the finished source code. All of it is available in my Coder Club, which is linked down below. So let's take a quick look at our Figma design before we start actually building. And I have both desktop and mobile versions of the design here. So up at the top, we have a pretty simple header. It just has the logo, and I have CC for Coder. Then below that, we have a hero section with text on the left and image on the right for desktop. And then on mobile, everything basically stacks to one column with text and then the image below that. Then below that, we have a skills section. So this is, I thought, kind of a fun little area to add to this website. So in the skills section, we have kind of like almost like a tag cloud. And it has all the different skills that you can add for your own portfolio site if you want. In addition, we have the same cloud on the mobile version. And those are pretty much the same between desktop and mobile. Maybe the mobile version's a little bit smaller. Then below that, we have the project section. So here I have, if I zoom out a little bit, I have 3 projects that I've added to this portfolio site. So each one has a screenshot of the website on the left. And then on the right is some title and then text describing what the project is about. And then I have 2 links for each project. One for the website, so you can see, a live version of this project, and then a GitHub link so that you can link your GitHub repository for the project as well. So we have 3 projects. On desktop, the image is on the left and the text is on the right. And then again, things are stacked to one column on mobile with the image and then the text and the buttons below that. And at the very bottom, we have just a pretty simple footer for get in touch or contact. And you have an email address, and then we have some social media links and then a GitHub link on the bottom. So this is the portfolio website. You can definitely use this for your own purposes if you want. Obviously you'd want to switch out the photo and the text, but it's just like an example of how you can showcase your skills as well as the project that you've worked on for your own portfolio when you're applying to jobs. All right, so now that we've looked at the design, let's start actually writing the code for our static website. So one thing I like to do when I'm starting projects is try to set things up in terms of these styles. And one of the first things that I'll do is I'm going to create the colors in our project code using CSS custom properties. So let's get the colors from this project. If we go here, so I'm going to start with the background color. And in Figma on the right side, we have a hex code for that background color. So I'm going to copy that. And then I'm going to go to VS Code. So for our colors, I usually will keep them in the globals folder. So in global, let's create a new Sass partial. And we want to start it with an underscore so that it doesn't compile to its own CSS file because we don't want that. And I'll say colors.scss. And then because we've created a Sass partial, we want to forward it in the index.scss file for the global folder. So forward color. Oops, there we go. Or colors rather. Okay. So for colors, I usually will store them in the root selector. And with CSS custom properties, you want to start the naming with a double dash. And then because these are colors, I'm going to say color to start, another dash, and let's name this BG for background color. And then I'll paste in the hex code from Figma. And we do need to add a little hashtag in front of that. And then I like using HSL color formats because it makes it a lot easier to adjust the lightness or the saturation, just adjusting the numbers. Okay, so that's a good start. So let's continue going back to Figma and getting all the different colors. So the next one I would copy over is probably this text color. So whatever the white text is. And here we go. The hex code is up here on the right. So we'll copy that. Go back to VS Code. And let's name this one color dash. I'm going to say text. So we'll add a hashtag and then paste it in. And we can convert it to HSL. All right. So let's see what other colors we have here. So we have this sort of teal color up here. So let's see if we can, here we go, copy that. And let's call this color. And I'm going to call this accent because it seems to be used for, in a couple of different places on the website for accent colors. Okay. And let's see what else we got here. So we also have this lighter purple color for the skills tags. And I'll call this accent 2. Oops, I must not have copied that right. There we go. Okay, so that looks pretty good to me for now. I don't see any other colors, so I think we are good on the colors. All right, so let's start adding the markup to our VS Code index.html file from the design. So I have Figma open on the right, and then I have VS Code open on the left. Now in the body tag, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to add a header tag. Even though the header is not very large, it only has that one logo in it, we're going to put it in a header tag. And then the rest of the website, we're going to put in a main tag. And I guess we can just assume there's not really a footer in this. So we're just going to have a header and a main tag here. So I'm going to give this header tag a class of header. And this is so that it will make it easier to write styles in our Sass files using the BEM or block element modifier approach. And I'll show you a little bit more about what that looks like later on. So in our header, the only thing we have is this teal square, which is going to be a link to go back to the home page. So let's add an anchor tag, link, and I'll set it to / to just go back to the main domain. And then in here, I think we can just use CSS to make this shape and give the background color. So we don't need to, make this an image for an SVG or anything like that. And in the link, we'll add the text of CC. And obviously, if you're using this yourself, you can change this to your own initials or, whatever you want. You can make it an image if you want to. And we do want to give the anchor link a class as well. So let's say class, equals, and again, following the BEM model, we're going to start with the header name as the BEM block, add a double underscore, and then add the name of the element, which is the E in BEM. And let's call this header home. All right, so that is the header. So now let's go and add content in the main tag of the website. And the first thing we're going to do is this top hero section. So in the main tag in our code, I'm going to put everything in section tags for each section. So add a section tag, and let's give it a class of hero. And then in the hero section, we want to add the markup here. Now, if we're looking at the design on desktop, we have the text on the left and the image on the right. So that tells me we're probably going to use grid to lay these out. And then on mobile, they're going to be in one column. So this tells me that I probably want to have the H1 tag of coder, and then the 2 paragraphs underneath it all in an element together so we can lay them out together and then have the image on the other side. So in the section tag, we're going to add a div, give it a class with dot, and again, following BEM, we'll say hero double underscore text. And then in the hero text div, I'm going to add the H1 tag, and we'll say coder because that's what we have in the design. And then we want to add these paragraph tags. So I'm just going to copy the text from Figma, paste it in, add another paragraph tag, copy the second paragraph, paste that in, and then we'll save. There we go. Okay, so that's it for the hero text. Now, let's add the hero image. So we'll add another div, give it a class of hero underscore underscore image. And then in here, we're going to add the actual image tag of the cat. So add image, and then for source, we'll do /, and then VS Code has some nice autocomplete. So we'll add image, and then this is the cat image here. Now, we want to add some alt text. I'm going to say gray cat sitting on desk. And another thing we want to do when we're working with images is we want to add a width and height attribute. So width equals, height equals, and let's check out the width and height from our image. So it's this one here. And it says all the way down at the bottom, 1200 by 1010. So we can add that to our width attribute of 1200, and then height is 1010. Cool. So that is the hero text and the hero image. And I think that's all that we need for this hero section. So next up is going to be the skills section. So here, let's create a new section tag, and I'm going to give it a class of skills. And then we're going to add an H2 tag because we kind of want to increment those headline tags as we go. And the coder is the H1 tag. So we need to go up one more for skills because the skills is part of the overall website. Okay, so we have all these tags, and I probably want to contain them in a parent div. So let's add a div, and we'll say skills. And let's just say maybe, I'm going to say tags plural inside the div. And then each one of these, I'm going to give it a class of skills underscore underscore tag singular. So I think that's just like a kind of logical way to name things where if you see the class skills tags, it kind of tells you that it's a group of items. And then skills tag singular tells you that it is one of the items in that group. So I'm pretty sure this is what the markup should be for the tags. A lot of times when I'm working with things that have multiple groups of things like these tags or even these projects down here, if I'm not completely confident that the markup that I'm writing is going to be correct, sometimes I'll just add one or just a few items. make sure that the markup and the styles work, and then I'll sort of duplicate them to create the rest of the group. But this is fairly simple, I would say. I think each tag can just live in the div, and I think I know enough to be able to handle these styles for that. So what I'm going to do is just duplicate a bunch of these things, and we'll just start writing these to match what we have in the design. So SAS, and I might just fast forward through this section here. All right, so we have all of our skills tags set up. So I think that's pretty good for the skills section. All right, so let's add the next section, and this is going to be more complicated. This is probably the most complicated part of this website. So this is the projects section. So just kind of trying to zoom out here. So we'll add a section, and we'll say, I'll just say project, because I want to use that as the BEM block name. I guess I could say projects. And in the project section, we're going to say an H2 tag that says projects. And then below that, we'll have all the different projects. Let's see. So this is maybe one case where I'm just going to add the markup for one project because I'm not completely confident this will be 100% right the first time. So let's add a div. I'm going to give it a class of projects to, again, match the block name. And we'll say item. So this tells us this is an individual projects item. And then in the div, we want to add an image, and we also have another text section. So this is kind of like the hero, where I'm going to contain all the different text elements and the buttons in a div, and then the other side will be for the project image. So let's try adding the image just in an image tag without wrapping it in a div. So I'm going to say image, and I'll give it a class of projects image. And I do have the images already set, so we'll say project 1 for this one. And we'll add alt text. I'll say cats in space screenshot. Cats in space website screenshot with Nyan cat and Catra in space. And then we do want to add the sizing. So let's open the project 1, and the sizing down here is 1140 by 600. So width 1140, height 600. Oops. Okay, so that should be good for the image. So below that, let's create a div, and we'll say projects text. And then in the projects text, let's zoom in here. This is going to be an H3 tag because, again, we're incrementing. And I'll add in the title, cats in space. And one thing to note is when I have all caps text that I need to add, I usually make them all caps with CSS, text transform uppercase, instead of manually typing out the text in the HTML to be all caps, because that kind of thing can change, and it's a lot easier to change it by changing your CSS styles instead of having to retype the whole thing yourself. So next is the paragraph, and let's copy that. Okay. And then below that, we have our buttons. Now, because we want the buttons to be next to each other, that means that we're probably going to want to include the buttons in a div and make that div, a flex or grid parent. So I'm going to add a div, and I'm going to call it projects buttons. And then in that div, I'm going to add the 2 buttons. And we want to make these anchor links because they're not actual buttons like on a form that submit data. They're basically just links that look like buttons. So we'll add anchor link, and I'm just going to leave it blank. And let's add website. Duplicate that. Make this one called GitHub. And I am just kind of working ahead here, but what I want to do for these buttons is, because they're used multiple times, I'm going to style the button styles using helper classes. So what I'm going to do is add a class called button. And we do have two types of buttons. We have this solid button here, and then we have the one that has like the clear background. So I'm going to say the first one is going to be the primary button, and then the second one, we'll give it a class of button, but then we're also going to give it a class of secondary. So there we go. So those are our two buttons, and we'll be building out these button styles later on. Okay, so that's good for our project. So again, because I'm not 100% confident in this markup, I'm going to just have this one project, and then we'll add the other two later on once we know that our styles are working. So let's keep going. So the last section is this get in touch section. So add a new section tag. And I'm going to call this contact. So in the section contact, we want our H2 tag because it's a new section, get in touch. And then we have these links here. And I'm actually going to put these in an unordered list because it's just better for using semantic tags, and I think it'll also make it better for screen readers because then they'll know that it's a list of things. So unordered list, and let's give it a class of contact, and then links, plural. And then inside the unordered list, we'll add a list item, give it a class of contact item. And then each list item is going to have a link, of course. So we'll do that. And again, I'm just going to leave the href blank. We do want to give it a class, and we'll say contact underscore underscore link. And then what we need to do is in the link, we have this icon and then we have a text. So what I'm going to do for these icons is I'm going to use inline SVGs, because that way you can use a hover state and you can use CSS to change the fill color of the actual SVG. If you use image tags, then you would have to change the actual image to be the hover state color. So when you're working with SVGs, it's just a lot easier to use inline SVGs when you're working with hover states. So we're going to add the SVG, and I'll just add the one for the first one. And if we go into our files, it's this icon envelope. And I'm going to select all, copy, and then I'm going to paste it inside the anchor tag. So you can see we have our SVG, and the path tag is just the shape of the envelope. And you can see that right now, fill is none. So I think maybe, yeah, the fill is set on the path tag, and that is set to this almost white color. So that's the SVG. And then we also want the actual text. So I have a fake email address, codercoder@test.com, and then we'll add that in there. And that to me seems simple enough that I'm pretty sure that we're going to want to use the same markup for the other links as well. So let's select a list item. I'm going to duplicate it twice. So the second one here, we're going to, let's just update the text first just so we don't get lost. So Twitter X, and then the last one is GitHub. And then we need to add the new SVGs. So let's get that Twitter X SVG. Select all, copy. Going to paste it in here. And then we also want to get the GitHub SVG. and then paste it in GitHub. Okay, that looks pretty good. We'll just get rid of that white space. Cool. So that I think is all of the markup that we need for our website. So now let's start adding styles for the website, and we're going to start with some global styles. All right, so for our global styles, first I want to link the final CSS file in our index.html file, just to make sure that our styles will load on our actual website. So I'm adding a link tag, and we want the CSS one, and we want it to load our CSS file, which is in the SCSS folder, and it's named style.css. So in the href attribute, I'll add a / SCSS and then style.css. There we go. All right, so when we are adding our global styles, we're going to add them in the global folder here inside the SCSS folder. And right now we have this index.scss partial, and we only have our colors loaded. So I'm going to start adding some more Sass partials in our global folder. So in global, I'll right click and hit new file. And again, we want to start with an underscore for these file names because they're just partials. And I'm going to start with boilerplate.scss. And since we have a new Sass partial, we need to forward it in our index.scss file. So boilerplate. And you might notice that with Sass, when I'm forwarding these other partials, I don't have to add the underscore or the .scss file extension. I can just type in the name, and Sass will be able to find the file that I'm referencing here. So here we have boilerplate. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is create a wildcard to set box sizing border box on every element on the page using the wildcard, and then also the before and the after pseudo elements. And we want to set these to box sizing border box. And this will make sure that any padding that an element has is sort of incorporated into the final width and height, which is more preferable to the box sizing, I think, content box, which is the default value. And that will add padding on top of any width or height. And that can kind of mess up how elements will look on the page. So you do want box sizing border box. Okay, and then we're going to add some resets here to get rid of some default browser styles. So for the body tag, there is a default margin, I believe. So I'm going to add margin of 0 to get rid of that. And one thing that I'm going to do just for the development for the purpose of this video is I'm going to add a margin block end of 50 VH. And this is just a temporary style for adding some space at the bottom of the website so that I can kind of scroll up and show you stuff at the bottom without having it be at the very bottom of the frame, which I think would be a little bit weird. So we're just going to add this temp one, and we'll delete this, at the end of the website build. Okay, so I think that's pretty good for now. I guess since we're working with the body, we can start adding the background color and text color, which I do like adding on the body tag itself so that it will show up throughout the website. So I'll set background, and we want to load from our colors SCSS file. We want to use the color BG CSS custom property, and we can do that by saying var and then pasting in the name. There we go. And then text color will be color. So again, we can do var color. I believe this one was just called text, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, color text. So we'll save that. Okay, so I think that's pretty good for the body tag for now. Another boilerplate style that I like to add is for image tags. And by default, images are display inline elements, which we don't really want because inline elements are usually text, and the browser is going to add a tiny little space at the bottom of the element to make room for letters with descenders. So this would be like the lowercase p or lowercase j or g or y, which have those little parts of the letters that extend below the baseline, which other letters usually sit right on. So you can see For example, lowercase g also goes a little bit below the baseline. So we don't want that with images, so I'm going to say display block to get rid of that because it won't happen on block elements. And we're also going to set a max width of 100%. So this is really, oops, there we go. So this is really helpful because you don't want the image to get larger than its container and cause horizontal scrolling. So this will ensure that the image will not be any larger than its parent container. And then another thing I usually do with images is set height to auto. So this will make sure that the height will match whatever the width is, which is really useful when you're working with responsive websites and the height of the image might change based on the viewport width. So this will make sure the image doesn't get skewed and the aspect ratio remains the same no matter what the width is. And I'm not going to do a ton more styles for CSS reset styles, but another thing I'm going to add is for the anchor tags. I'm going to say text decoration none to get rid of that default underline. All right, so these are our boilerplate styles. The next thing that I want to add is we want to load the font that we're using from our Figma design. So let's go back to Figma and figure out what font we're using in our design. Okay, so in Figma, let's check out the font family. So I'm just selecting one of the text elements up here. And if we look on the right sidebar, it tells us that the font family is Roboto, and this one is bold. And then let's try a paragraph. And this is Roboto and regular. And I think this is bold. This is bold for the H2 tag. Let's check the H3 tag. It's also bold and regular. So it looks like we're using Roboto as a font family, and we are using two font weights, which are bold and regular. So bold is 700 and regular is 400. Now, when it comes to fonts, a lot of people use Google Fonts because, it has a ton of fonts and it's free to use. However, it's not really GDPR compliant in terms of privacy because if you're loading the font file using Google's CDN and their assets and resources, then Google's able to read the IP address of every user that loads your website, and that's not GDPR compliant. So we're going to actually use a workaround to load the font files locally from our website. So we're going to use a tool called Google Web Fonts Helper. And if you search for that, you should find the first result. If I zoom in a bit here, Google Web Fonts Helper, and it's this first result. So on Google Web Fonts Helper, what you do is you type in the name of the font family, so Roboto, select it, and then you want to select your character sets. We're using Latin, and then you want to select the different font weights. So by default, they have regular selected, and we do want that. And then we also want to check the box for 700 for bold. So then they have a code snippet for the CSS styles, and we will be using that. But first, we're going to download the actual font files. All right, so we have that in our downloads folder. So I'm going to open up this zip file. I'm going to select the fonts, copy them, and then I'm going to go into our project folder, which is here. And I'm going to create a new folder for these font files. So we're going to say fonts. And then in the folder, we'll paste our fonts. So now we have the font files. Now let's get the CSS styles that we're going to use in our project. All right, so back in VS Code, you can see we have this new fonts folder up here. And I'm going to create a new Sass partial in the global folder for our fonts. And then, of course, because we created a new Sass partial, we need to forward it in our index.scss. And I might just put the fonts first. I don't know if it matters a ton in terms of order, but we are going to load the font families in the boilerplate style. So just to be safe, I'm going to put the fonts first. Again, I'm not sure if it matters, but here's our fonts.scss file. I'm going to paste the styles from the Google Web Fonts helper, and let's just double check and make sure that we have the correct path to each of the font files. So this is telling us in the path, it's going to go double dot. So that means it'll go up one folder from where we are in global. So that would put it in global. And then we actually want one more in SCSS. So maybe I will just load the root with just the /. And this is going to go to the project root and then the fonts folder. So I think that path should work. So let's save that. And let's add the Roboto font family to our styles in the boilerplate styles. So I do like adding my font family styles on the body tag as well. Let's just add it at the bottom. So font family. And for Roboto, we put it in single quotes. And I'll add a fallback of Arial, Helvetica, Sans Serif. All right, so let's save. And let's make sure that our fonts are loading in the website. All right, so here we have our website, and we do have our colors loading, which is nice. Let's check out the fonts. I'm going to inspect the H1 tag here. And in the inspector, if we go down to fonts in Firefox, it tells us that the fonts used are Roboto, which is what we want. So I think we're pretty good here. Let's just inspect the paragraph to double check Roboto, and it is a normal font weight of 400. So this is pretty helpful. All right, so the next styles that we're going to start putting together for our global styles is the typography styles. So I'm going to create a new Sass partial in global, name it typography, and then we're going to forward it. And I'm just going to duplicate that previous line, save a little time, typography, there we go. So here's our typography styles, and this is where I'm going to put all the styles for text elements like the H tags and paragraph tags and maybe anchor link tags as well. So for my typography, one thing that I often do is I want to remove margins from the H tags. So I'm going to do a compound selector for H1, H2, and H3, since that's what we're using in our website. I'm going to set margin to 0. And this is because by default, the browser is going to have a top and a bottom margin for headline tags and also paragraph tags. And because you often have headline tags followed by paragraph tags in a website, if you have something like a flex or grid parent for those tags, you're often going to end up having a double margin, which you don't really want. So I'm just kind of trying out this new approach, which seems to be working pretty well, where I remove the margin, the vertical margin from the H tags, and then I add all the margin just on the paragraph tags. So we're going to zero out the margins there. And then by default, they have font weight of bold, which is 700. So we'll leave that default browser style as it is. And the other thing I want to do is set a line height of 1 for our headline tags, because that is what seems to be recommended. So I usually see a line height of 1 or 1.1 for headline tags. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is we need to set the font sizes for we'll start with the headline tags. So I'm going to start with H1. And let's go to the Figma design and check out what font sizes we need for our H1 tag. All right, so in the design, let's start with the mobile styles for the H1 tag. So I'm going to select it. And then on the right sidebar, you can see the typography styles here. And it says it is 48 on mobile. So let's remember 48 on mobile. And then if we select the desktop one, it is 64. So this is going to go from 48 to 64. So let's go back to our styles. And just so I don't forget, I'm just going to add a little comment here temporarily. So 48 pixels and then 64 pixels, I think it was. And what we're going to do is we're going to use our mixin for the fluid typography. So let's go into our util folder and open our mixins. So we're using this mixin called FS Fluid, And again, this is kind of based on the website that I usually have used in the past in my videos, the Fluid Typography Calculator. But I think it's kind of cool and maybe more efficient to use this in a Sass mixin. So the way that we're using the Sass mixin is you include it by name, FS Fluid, and then it takes 4 parameters. So these 4 parameters are the minimum viewport width, maximum viewport width, and then min and max font sizes. So what you want to happen is you want to hit the minimum font size exactly when you hit the minimum viewport width. And then it's going to get bigger as your viewport width increases, and then it'll hit the max font size exactly when it hits the maximum viewport width, or ideally it'll be hitting it as close as you can. So let's go into our typography styles again, and we want to include the mixin. So include, and because we want to include the mixin, it's not in the typography Sass file, so we need to make it accessible to this Sass partial. So the way we can do that is using the Sass use @ rule. And then when you say use, you're loading another Sass partial as basically a Sass module. And we want to load the util styles. So we can do that by writing a path to it. And thankfully we can follow autocomplete. So the util folder, and we don't need to specify a file because by default it's going to look for an index.scss partial, which we do have already. And then it's going to add a namespace. So by default, the namespace is going to be the same name as the file or folder, which would be util, but I'm a little lazy, so I want to use a shortened namespace. I just want to use the letter U as our namespace. So let's do that. So now we can write @include u.fs fluid, and let's just say what we have for now. And if we go back to the mixin, maybe I'll split this to the right so you can see a little bit better, just so we can reference this when we're writing our styles. So it takes 4 parameters. So the minimum viewport, let's set it at the iPhone 11 viewport width, which is 375. And I want to use my rem function so that everything's going to be in rems. So 375, add a comma, and then we want to add the max viewport, again using the rem function, and I'm going to say 1200 pixels. That's just kind of my sort of default desktop width. And then we want to set the minimum font size and the maximum font size. So urem, minimum font size was 48, and we'll add a comma, urem, and then the max font size was 64. So let's save, and there is success down here, so we didn't have a Sass error when we compiled, which is great. And here's the full style rule. And if you're curious, let's see what the final CSS in the compiled style.scss or style.css file rather looks like. So here's our compiled CSS file, and you don't want to ever make changes in this file because it's getting created by the VS Code Live Sass extension, or it will get created by whatever other process you're using to compile your Sass files. So any change you make in here is going to get overwritten. So you want to make all your changes not in the CSS file, but in the Sass files. So you can see our fonts are loading here. We have the colors here. So it looks like things are working pretty well. So here we are. And here's the H1 tag, and we have our font sizes. The first style rule is actually added as a fallback for older browsers like Internet Explorer. I think is the only one that doesn't support the clamp function. So if for whatever reason you're using an old browser and doesn't support clamp, it can just fall back and use this font size of 3 rems, which is the minimum font size. And then we have our little math function here, and then we have the max size at 4 rems, which is 64 pixels. So looks pretty good from my eyes. Now let's go to the website and check and see if it actually is working. All right, so here's our website, and the H1 tag does look bigger than it did before, so that's a good sign. And let's inspect our H1 tag, and we can see in the rules tab down here our font size with the clamp function. So that's a really good sign. And I'm also going to double check to make sure that the final computed font size is what we want from the design. So I'm going to filter for font size, and we're going to start with our mobile iPhone width. And you can see that the computed font size is 48 pixels, which is correct. And if we increase, and maybe I'll just move to a laptop screen at 1440, the font size is bigger and it is 64 pixels, which is also what we want. Awesome. So it seems like it's working pretty well for our H1 tag. We also want to do the same thing for the H2 and the H3 tags. So going back to Figma, the H2 tag, the first one is the skills tag here. So let's see, the mobile size, it is 36. And then on desktop, it is 48. So 36 and 48. So let's go back to VS Code and we'll delete that little comment since we don't need it anymore. And I might actually just duplicate our H1 style rule, change the selector to the H2 tag, and we can reuse the same minimum and maximum viewport widths, which is probably a good idea so that things are consistent. And then we can update our font sizes. And I forgot what it was. It was 36 and 48. So 36, 48, H2. And since we're here, we might as well do the H3 tag. So projects is another H2 tag. And then the project names, so cats in space, would be the H3 tag. And there's a few other style things going on with H3 tag, which we'll have to add too. But let's just start with a font size. So H3 tag is 24 on mobile and 36 on desktop. So 24 and 36. So we'll duplicate, change to H3, 24 and 36. And let's also get those other styles that we need for the H3 tag. So they are all caps. So what I'm going to do is add that with text transform uppercase. And it looks like we have a letter spacing of 5%. So that's adding a space between the letters. And the 5% would be the 5% of the font size. So let me show you how to do that. So here's our H3 tag selector. We're going to, let's just do text transform uppercase. And I guess I like adding letter space after the font size rules just to kind of keep them all together. So letter spacing. And I think you can say 5%, but I think what I like doing for letter spacing is using the EM unit. So instead of 5%, you write it as a decimal, 0.05 EMs, and it's the same thing. And EMs is nice because it'll scale with the font size, which I guess the percent unit will too. But I think for me, it just makes sense to use EMs for letter spacing because I'm using rems for the font size to keep them kind of similar. Okay, so that looks pretty good. So let's go back to the website and check the H2 to be 36 and 48, and then the H3 to be 24 and 36 for font sizes. So let's go, here's the first H2 tag on our website. And if we go back to iPhone 11, it is 36. And then laptop again, and 48, which is right. So let's go back to iPhone. And here is the H3 tag, cats in space. And it's 24 on mobile, which is correct. And then going back to laptop again, it is 36. Cool. So I think that's pretty good for the H tags. All right, so the last tag that we want to add our typography styles for is the paragraph tag. And the paragraph tag is very common, throughout any website because it's kind of the default text element. So we want to make sure that we are kind of covering all the different sizes that paragraphs are. So the first paragraph that we have is up in the hero section. So this one is 16 pixels on mobile and 20 pixels on desktop. So 16 and 20. So let's kind of keep going down the website. I think the skills, these will probably be their own sort of thing here, because I probably will use a paragraph tag for them, and it's 16. However, they're bold, so we'll just kind of have to remember that for the skills section. But in terms of just basic paragraph tags, we do have them down here in the projects. The font size is 16 and 18. So that's actually smaller. Let's check the hero one. This one was 16 and 20. So we have 16 and 20 for the hero paragraph, 16 and 18 for the projects paragraphs. So what I like to do with paragraph tags is I like adding helper classes for smaller and larger paragraphs and then adding those styles there. So because it looks like we have two different sizes of paragraphs, I'm going to add a helper class for each of those types. So let me show you what that looks like. So add our paragraph tag selector, and we'll add some global paragraph styles, which would be like line height 1.5, which is recommended for readability. And I also like adding a max width of something like 60 ch. So that's a character unit, and that means that the paragraph will not get larger than 60 character widths. And that helps prevent paragraphs from getting too long and kind of hard to read as they get really wide. So we want those styles to be applied to all paragraphs. Now let's add our helper classes. So I'm going to first add a small helper class, and because we're going to add the class on the paragraph tag itself, we need an ampersand before we add the class. And then we'll add a large. Oops. There. And here we're going to add our FS Fluid mixin. So I'm just going to copy and paste, and we'll make our changes. All right, so the small one we said was 16 to 18. And then the large one was 16 and then 20. So let's make sure that this the styles work. So I'm going to add these small and large classes to the paragraphs in our website. So large paragraph was in the hero section, so it would be these paragraphs here. So I'm going to add a class of large. Let's copy that and paste it down there. And then for the projects, we'll say small. And that's the only one. So we have our classes added, and now let's check the website. So the paragraph does look different. So let's inspect that. So you can see the P large selector has the clamp function, and then the small has also the clamp function. And then let's double check the font size for both of them. For iPhone, if you go to computed, font size is 16 on the large and 16 on the small. And if we go back to laptop, it is 20 on the large, which is correct, and 18 on the small, which is also correct. Awesome. And so you can see that in our rules here, Firefox is going to order the selectors with the most specific on top and then less specific as you move down. So you can see that the paragraph tag with the small class, it has a specificity number of one tag and one class, and that will override the specificity of just the paragraph tag, which just has one tag. So that's one way that is really helpful to kind of utilize helper classes so that you can have sort of default styles that we're using just for the paragraph tag. And then on top of that, we add our small or large helper class in order to add some additional styles. All right, so I think that this is pretty good for all of our typography styles. All right, now let's start adding some layout styles. So here's our website so far, and you can see that the content is basically going all the way out to the left edge. There's no space at all, and we have the images going all the way out to the right side. And usually what you want is you don't want stuff right on the edge, you want to add a little bit of space. So for example, if we are on a mobile viewport width, you want to add some space on the left and the right so that, it doesn't feel so cramped. And then for larger desktop widths, you want to add a max width to your container so that things don't get super, super wide and go all the way out to the right side of the screen. So that's what we're going to start doing with some wrapper classes. So in our index.html file, basically what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create some wrapper styles and attach it to a helper class called wrapper. And then I'm going to be able to add that wrapper class to all the different parts of the website. So for example, we'll add one to the header and then to each of these section tags. And that way each section will have its width capped at the max width that we're going to set. And then on mobile, it's going to add a little bit of space on the left and the right. So let me show you how we're going to do that. So let's create a Sass partial for these styles. So I'm going to create it in the global subfolder. So we'll right click that, add a new file, and we'll call this layout since these are layout type styles. And since we created a new Sass partial, we do need to forward it in our index.scss file. So layout. And let's also load our util styles using the @use rule, and then navigate to the util folder, and then we will use the namespace as u. All right, so like I said, I want to use a helper or utility class called wrapper to add these wrapper styles. So what we're going to do is something that I actually learned from Kevin Powell, who is a CSS expert, as you all know. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to set the width of the wrapper, and we're going to set the width using the min function. So this is a CSS function, and it basically lets you set two parameters, and whichever size ends up being less for that viewport width, that's the one that's going to be used as the final width. So we're going to start by adding a width for our mobile styles. So for mobile, there can be, lots of different viewport widths. And what we want to do is we want the content in the wrapper to take up 100% of the width. So we'll add 100%. But we don't want it to go all the way across. We do want to add some space on left and right. Now you could add this space using margin or padding, but one really cool trick of this approach is we're actually going to have the width be 100% minus the amount of space that we want to have. So what I want to do is I want to have 20 pixels of space on left and right. And this is again based on our design. So let me show you. Here's our mobile design. If I select the content and I hold down Alt, there we go. There's 20 pixels of space on left and right. And that's what we want to add in our wrapper styles right now. So if there's 20 pixels of space on left and right, if you add them together, that's 40 total pixels of space. So we'll subtract 40 pixels. And what we can do is we can make that 40 pixels of space divided evenly on the left and right by centering the wrapper inside its parent. And we can do that with margin inline auto. And that will center the wrapper element in its parent. Okay, so this is going to be the mobile width of the wrappers. Then let's add a comma, and then we want to write the width of the wrapper for larger, for example, desktop widths. So what we want to do there is, let's say you have a really large monitor, like 1440 pixels wide. We want to limit that width to a certain amount in pixels, and then we'll convert that to rems. So let's check out the design for the desktop version of this. So here I have the desktop design. So I'm going to select just the hero section, and it looks like, if you can see that, it is 1180 pixels wide. And you can also see this in the right sidebar where it says auto layout and it says width of 1180. So 1180 is going to be basically the width that we're going to limit all the content in the website to. So going back to our wrapper styles, we can write that as using our rem function, urem 1180. There we go. And again, if there is additional space beyond 1180 for desktop, for larger monitor sizes, the margin inline auto rule is going to center the wrapper content. All right, so let's take this wrapper class and let's add it to some of the elements in our website just to test and make sure that it's working. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this to the header tag. So wrapper. And then let's also add this to our hero section. There we go. All right, so we added our classes and saved. Now here's our website, and you might notice it does look a little bit different. So if we go down to mobile, let me zoom in so you can see a little bit better. We now have a little bit of space on the left and also the right sides. So this adds a little more breathing room to our website, which is nice. And you can see this if I go to layout, box model, we have 20 pixels of margin on the left and the right. Okay, so I'm going to zoom out a bit and then change to a desktop. All right, so now on a desktop width, you can see that the content is limited to this 1180 pixels of content, which you can see here in the box model. And then any additional space is just added to the left and the right. So this is what we're going to be able to use for all the different sections of our website. All right, so in addition to setting the max width on the wrapper and adding space on left and right for mobile, we also might want to add some space between different sections using, again, this wrapper class. So let me show you what I mean. So if I go to the mobile design, if we go to, let's say this is the hero section here with the text and the image, between that and the next section, the skills section, there is some space. And on mobile, there is 60 pixels of space. Then if we go to the skills section and hold down Alt, there's another 60 pixels of space between it and the project section, which is next. And then between projects to the get in touch section, again, there's 60 pixels of space. And then there's 60 pixels of space between the get in touch and the bottom of the website. So that's something that we can add to the wrapper class because the spacing is consistent in our design. So on mobile, we had 60 pixels of space between the sections. Let's see what that space is on desktop. So between hero and skills on desktop, it's 120, so it's double. Skills and projects is 120 again. Projects and get in touch is 120. And then 120 to the bottom of the website. So basically, the wrapper is going to have 60 pixels of space vertically on mobile and then 120 on desktop. So what we're probably going to do is, because we know we're going to have each section be a wrapper, we want to just add half of that amount of space. So on mobile, since there's 60 pixels of space between sections, we want to add 30 pixels of padding on top and bottom, or padding block. And then that will double to 60 pixels of space on top and bottom for desktop. So two sections that have that will be 120 pixels of space between them. Now, the top of the website between the header and the top edge of the website and then the header and the hero is a little bit different. So I'm going to zoom in again on the mobile design. So I have the mobile header selected here, which again is just the logo. And if I hold down Alt, there's only 20 pixels of space to the top and then 40 pixels of space to the hero. And then on desktop, there's 40 pixels of space to the top versus 20 on mobile, and then there is 80 pixels. So I think what we're going to do is, because this is the only case on the website that is a bit different from the others, I'm going to set the default padding block on the wrapper class to be the 60 pixels or 30 pixels. And then we'll add different styles for the header and then the hero top padding. So let's first create our styles for the default padding. All right, so in our layout.scss file, what I'm going to do is first add the padding block for mobile. So padding block, and that was going to be 40 pixels, I believe. Hold on, I think it might be 30. So 60 total pixels of space. So yeah, half of that is going to be 30. And then we want to add a media query. So at include using our U breakpoint and padding block. And we want that to be double, so 60 pixels. There we go. So let's also add the wrapper class to the next section. I guess we can add it to all of them since we're going to be using the wrapper in all of these. Okay, so now let's go to our website and see how that padding block looks. Okay, so here's the header, and the header has 60 pixels of space on top and bottom, and this is on desktop. And then the hero also has 60 pixels of padding on top and bottom. So that seems to be working. Here's a skills section, which is good, project section. And let's check the mobile version as well. And then on mobile, the wrapper class has 30 pixels of padding on top and bottom, and that looks pretty good. Okay, so that takes care of the default padding. Now let's get the padding right for the header and then the hero. All right, so let's start on the mobile version. So the header right now has 30 pixels of padding on top and bottom on mobile. And I believe in the mobile design, we actually want only 20 pixels of space on the top and then 40 on the bottom. However, we probably want to divide that 40 pixels of space between the header and the hero. So let's say 20 pixels of padding on top and then 20 pixels of padding on the bottom for the header. And then for the hero, we'll add the last 20 pixels of padding on the top padding for the hero. So let's do that. All right, so what we want to do is we want to make these basically exceptions to the wrapper padding, probably in the specific component styles. So if we go to the components folder, we haven't really created any component styles yet. So let's start doing that now. So I'm going to right click components and I'm going to create a Sass partial for the header. So underscore header.scss. And then we might as well create another one for the hero section since we're here anyway. And then we do want to forward each of those Sass partials. So header, and then hero. There we go. And I'm going to just copy the use util and add it to both because we're probably going to use them on every Sass partial. All right, so here's the header. And we need to figure out what selector we want to use to change the padding block for the header. So we can look at our HTML, and here is our header tag. And we added the wrapper class in the header tag. So what we could do is add it on the header plus the wrapper class. Or if we wanted to be a little bit more specific using the BEM approach, we could say header as the BEM block, double underscore wrapper. And then maybe we'll do the same thing for hero, hero, double underscore wrapper. That way we can nest those styles inside our block selector. So for header, we're going to add the header class as the block, and then we want to target header underscore underscore wrapper. There we go. And here we can change our padding block. So padding block for mobile is 20 pixels. And then it's going to change on desktop. So let's add a breakpoint, large. And then I'm just going to copy and paste this over. And let's go to the design to figure out what the padding block for desktop is. So here's desktop, and it is 40 on top and then 80 on the bottom. So we'll probably do 40 and 40, just divide it in half. Okay, 40. And now we probably want to do the same thing for the hero. So let's do hero class as a block. And then again, we'll do double underscore wrapper. And we don't want to change the bottom padding for the hero section because that is what it does go along with the default. So we only want to change the top padding or padding block start. I like trying to use the block and inline and start and end logical properties instead of top and bottom, but top and bottom works just as well, and left and right. So for hero, the padding block start on mobile is going to be 20. Then include break point large, and padding block start 40. And I am using pixels for the padding to add space between things. I do like using pixels for any kind of space between elements because I don't want it to scale up if the base font size changes in the browser. And if I set the space using rems, it will scale up and kind of take up space that I might prefer to have text content take up space. So I mainly use rems for font size and then sometimes for sizing elements that will contain text that could scale up. But for spacing and these smaller things, I'll use pixels. All right, so we have our styles for the header and hero wrapper, and we saved. So let's check out the website and see how things look. Okay, so here's the header again, and it does look like it has the new padding of 20 pixels on top and bottom. And then in the main tag, we have the hero wrapper, and that is 20 on top, and then it's using the default 30 on the bottom. So now let's zoom out and change to desktop. And the hero has 40 pixels of padding on top, which is what we want. And then the header is 40 and 40, which is what we had in the design. Awesome. And then the rest of the sections have the default padding block that we added. So cool. All right, let's start adding the header styles. So the header just has the teal square, which we can see on desktop and mobile. So let's look at our mobile styles. So it is 46 pixels width and height, and then the text itself is Roboto black and 24 pixels. So we actually need to get an additional font weight for the black font weight. So I'm going to go back to Google Web Fonts Helper. Here we go. And we'll go to Roboto. And we need to get the 900. So we don't need the regular anymore. So 900. And let's download our zip file. Here it is. And then we'll get our font file and go to the fonts folder and paste it in. And let's copy the font weight here. And then add it into our styles for the global fonts. And then we'll just paste it down there. And then I do need to change the path to match the other ones. So root and then fonts folder. Okay, so in our header, we have the link is called header home. So let's add a selector for that after the wrapper. So header home. And we wanted to maybe set the size. So width of rem 46, and then let's add the same thing as the height, and that was changing to 60 on desktop, so I'm going to add a breakpoint here, and then I'm just going to copy and paste, and change it to 60. Okay, and then we want to set the font style. So font size. And I'm just going to put the font size in the media query to change it instead of using the clamp function. Just because we're changing the width and height based on the media query as well. So we'll say urem, and what was it? Font size is 24, and then 28, 24 and 28. And then I'll copy that, 28, and then we do need to set that font weight of 900, which is the black font weight. And then let's set the background color. I'll just use the background shorthand property, and it should be that color, accent color of teal, if I'm not mistaken. And then let's also add the text color, which I think is the very dark blue purple color, which should be the same as the background color. So color BG, I think is what it was called. Let's just double check those. Yeah, color BG and then color accent. Okay, great. All right, so far these are the styles. Let's see how it looks on the website. Okay, so here it is. So on iPhone, I'll just kind of zoom in a little bit. And here it is. And I think anchor links by default are, oh yeah, display inline. So we need to explicitly set it to display block. There we go. Okay, and we also need to center this. So what we might need to do is change this to display grid. And then we can center the content by setting place items center. Let's make sure that's working. There we go. And we also need to round the corners. So on desktop, it is, how do we get there? Okay, corner radius of 10 on desktop. And then corner radius of 10 for mobile. I might increase it a little bit for desktop, but let's just see how the first one looks. So for corner radius, and I do sort of try to organize my styles. So I'm first having the layout styles and then sizing, and I might put the border radius with the sizing. That was 10 pixels, and we'll use pixels for that because we don't care if it scales. And then let's just see how this looks. Looks pretty close to the design. And then if we change to a desktop version, that looks pretty good too. Cool. And this is a link, so let's make this change to a white background color when we hover over it. So again, the header home is the anchor link. So we can add maybe we'll add the hover pseudo class after this. So ampersand and colon for the hover state. And here we'll change the background to color text is white. There we go. So now it's white. And let's also animate that so it's a bit smoother. And we want to add the transition on the main selector, not the hover state. Transition, and the property we want to animate is the background. I think we can use a shorthand property for that. And we'll do timing. Let's do 150 milliseconds. And then ease in out is the speed that I like for animations, where it's a bit slower in the middle and then a bit, a little faster in the middle and then slower at the beginning and end. So let's save that. There we go. That looks pretty good. Let's check the mobile again. So here's mobile. And then I guess going all the way out, that's a desktop version. Cool. That looks pretty good. So now you can see a little bit better how things look in the wrapper. So you can see that we have the margins of even numbers, 130 on left and right. It's just going slightly off screen on the right, which is why it looks a bit different. Let's maybe, there we go. So now it's even. So even numbers of space on the left and the right. And then we have the padding block of 40 on top and bottom. All right, so next let's build the hero section. So we're going to start with the mobile styles. And on mobile, we have everything stacked to one column with the text on top and image on the bottom. So let's see how the website looks on mobile right now. So I'm going to change to iPhone. Here we go. So, we're not too far off, I think, from where the design is. Here's the design. Here's the website. And the zoom is, I think, slightly different. So it looks pretty good. Let's start with the text. And I just want to make sure that the sizing is correct. Even though I think we set some font sizes before. So these should be right, but I'm just going to double check. So the H1 tag on mobile is 48 pixels. Let's inspect that, go to computed and filter for font size. So it's 48, which is correct. And the paragraph is 16. Now let's check the space between the items in this text area. So 16 pixels between the headline and the paragraphs. And then between text and image is 30. So 16 between the text elements. So we do have some margin, and we haven't explicitly added any margin to the paragraph. So this is coming from the browser defaults. So it looks like the space is 16 already, which I think is pretty good. So maybe we'll just leave the default spacing there. Let's change to desktop and just see how that spacing looks. So on desktop, it is 20 pixels because it's going up as the font size is going up. So let's see what we got. 20. Okay, so that seems to be the same. So I think we can maybe just use whatever we have here. Okay. And then between the text and the image, we don't have any space added, and the space that's there is coming from the paragraph tag. So let's see what we have in the design. So in mobile, we have 30. So what I might want to do for the paragraphs is I want to keep the space, the margin that we have in the first paragraph, but in the last paragraph in the hero text element, I want to maybe remove that bottom margin. And the reason for this is because when we go to desktop width, we want to have the paragraph be on the left side and then the image on the right side. And we don't want to have that extra bottom margin because that will kind of make things not vertically centered correctly. So let's remove that bottom margin from the second paragraph. And we should be able to target it with the last child pseudo class selector because the second paragraph is the last child of the hero text div. So here is our hero styles, and I'm going to add the hero __ text. And then inside here, we're going to target the paragraph tag and last child selector. And here we'll say margin block end 0. So now we can see there's no space between the image and the text, and that's okay because I think I'm going to use grid to lay out the mobile as well as the desktop styles. So what we're going to do is we're going to make the hero section tag the grid parent. That means the children is going to be the hero text and then the hero image, and we can add the space between them using gap. So let's do that. So this is going to be the hero class, and we'll just do it in the straight up hero class, not the hero wrapper. And we'll say display grid, and I'm going to say gap, and I believe it was 30 pixels of space between the text and image on mobile. So now we have space between text and image, which is nice. Okay, so I think we're good for the text. Let's look at the image here. I think we want to round the corners on the image. Let's see what the corner radius is on this. It is 20. And maybe let's see if there's other elements on the website that have the same corner radius, because if there are multiple ones, we might want to add that corner radius of 20 pixels to a helper class, and we can just add that class to the HTML elements. So these are 8 pixels of corner radius or border radius. Yeah, I don't know why Figma uses corner radius instead of border radius, but I guess it's a design versus development thing. Corner radius is 12 on the project images. So we'll just set the corner radius or border radius of this hero image to 20 in the hero styles. And just double check, it is 20 on both mobile and desktop. Okay, and the hero image, let's make sure we're targeting the correct selector here. So here's the hero text, here's the hero image. And I might want to target the image tag for that. So I'm going to go to my styles here. So hero.scss file. And then for the hero __ image, I'm going to nest another selector for the image tag. I could add a class to the image tag in our HTML, but sometimes I like targeting tag elements inside the class. I feel like it makes me not have to add classes to everything. So I'm doing kind of a combination of BEM and then adding helper classes sometimes and adding tag or element selectors sometimes. So border radius, 20 pixels. And here's the website, and it is rounded now. Sweet. So I think that's good for the mobile styles for the hero. Now let's go to desktop. I'm going to zoom in, get a bit closer to 1200 here. Okay, so here's a hero section on desktop, and we do want to get that 2-column layout. Okay, so here we go. So the full width is 1180 to match the wrapper, and it looks like it is 690 on the text, and the gap is 30, and then the image is 460. So what we could do is, it depends on how exact you want to be. So what we could do is add our grid template and make the second column for the image be a specific width. Or we could use the FR unit and add kind of what we think is pretty close to the ratio. So 460 and 690. Let's kind of figure out how they relate. So let's say 460 divided by 690. It is about 2/3. So what I think that means we can do is we could, in our grid template, set the text to be 3 FR and the image to be 2 FR. And I think that works. Yeah. So let's try that. All right, so here's the hero. And again, the grid parent rather, is on the hero section. So let's say grid template columns. And we'll say the first one is text, 3FR and 2FR. And actually, we only want this to happen on desktop, not mobile. So we're going to have to add a media query. There we go. All right. Okay, and this looks pretty good. Let's see, we have 1180 as a total width of the hero. Hero text is, I know it's hard to see that, but it is 690, which you can see in the box model. And then the hero image is 460. Was that what we had? Yeah, 460 and 690. So that works pretty well. Okay, let's see if we can get the whole thing on screen here. So this looks pretty good for desktop. One thing that I think we might need to do is make sure things are vertically centered in the grid row. So we can do that. I think we can just add it on the mobile styles. I don't think it's going to mess up our mobile website. Align items, center. Okay, so now it is centered. And let's change to iPhone just to make sure everything looks good. Okay, cool. So this looks good to me. Just kind of eyeballing. Yeah, so I think that's pretty good for the hero section. All right, so let's check the actual website and make sure the hero looks good on all viewport widths. So right now we're on kind of a desktop width and it looks pretty good. As we decrease, the image is looking kind of big and we are at mobile widths here. So it looks good on mobile. I think the image is getting just a bit too big before it goes to 2 columns. So maybe one thing we can change is make the layout 2 columns for also medium in addition to large viewport widths. So what we had done was we had added our media query to change the grid template columns on large, but let's change this to medium and see if that helps. So now we've large, and then it's staying here. And then here's where mobile starts. So this looks sort of okay, but I think maybe we want to give the image the same amount of space as the hero text. So let's change this back to large for the 3FR, 2FR. And then let's add another media query on medium. And this one will be, we'll say repeat to 1FR. So we'll have the same amount of space. So let's see how that looks. Okay, so that does look a bit better. And then here's mobile. So I think tablet looks okay. Here's desktop, that looks good. So now on mobile, what I might do is like make the image a little bit, not get so big with a max width. So the hero image, let's set it on the grid child. So I'm going to set a max width of here. And I think on mobile, let's check the width of the image. So on desktop, it is 460. And then mobile is just whatever the viewport is. So maybe I'll set a max width of somewhere around 460 and see how that looks. Okay, here's a website. Okay, so now you can see it's not going all the way out to the side here. So here we are with the medium columns. And then here's where we change to mobile. And I think this is better because the image isn't like super large. And then it just matches the viewport width for smaller viewports. Okay, so I think that's I think that's good enough for the hero section. All right, next up, let's look at the skills section. So in the skills section, we have our H2 tag for skills. Then we have this collection of these purple tags with the skill text inside. And on mobile, they're pretty similar. It looks like the sizing is a little bit smaller on mobile. So let's start with the mobile styles. And we have our H2 tag of skills, which I think should be fine because we are... Actually, let's just double check the size of that. So it's 36 on mobile and 48 on desktop. So let's go to mobile. Here's skills. And it says it is 36, which is right. And let's change to desktop 48. So that looks pretty good. Another thing that we're going to have to do is we want to center everything. So let's get the styles for the purple tags first, and then we'll figure out the layout stuff. Okay, so each tag on mobile, it is bold and 16 pixels. And then on desktop, it is 18. So 16 to 18. Okay, let's start adding those styles. So I'm going to need to add a new SAS partial in our components. So right click that, add a new file. Let's call it skills.scss. And then we want to forward that SAS partial in our index.scss file. Let's close some of these other ones that we don't really need right now. So I'm going to copy our util at rule. And then let's start adding selectors for the skills section. So I'm just going to close the hero section. So here's the skills section. So we got skills wrapper, and maybe we need a skills wrapper class, kind of like we did with the hero. I'll just add this here, and then you can always remove it if we don't end up using it. Then we have our H2 tag, and we have the skills tags, plural, and then tag singular. So I'm going to add selectors for that. So I'll just add the wrapper selector just in case we need it. And then it was tags, plural, and tag singular. Okay, looks good. Now for the tag singular, let's add the font size. And it was 16 for mobile, and then it was 18 for desktop. And then, oh yeah, font weight bold. Okay. And let's figure out this purple background color. So for things like this, you don't want to set a static width on the tag itself because it's going to change if the text is longer or shorter. So for things like this, these tags are also buttons. What I'll usually do is make padding create the width and the height. So looks like padding is 10 on top and bottom and 20 on left and right. So let's add that as well. So padding, we'll say 10 pixels, 20 pixels. And then we need to add that background color as well. And 302A6F, I don't remember if I copied that over, so let's just check our colors. Looks like I did do color accent 2, which I think is the correct color. So we'll say background var, and we'll do color accent 2, and then color. Actually, let's see if it's white by default. Okay, it is. And obviously this is not exactly how we want things to look, but we'll continue working on these styles. So the corners are also rounded, so let's get that. Corner radius is 8. And that's border radius, 8 pixels. Okay, let's check the padding and the border radius on desktop. So 14 and 24 for desktop. So I'm going to copy the padding. 14 and 24. And let's check our website. Okay. So I think we have the kind of the basic styles for the tags now. So how do we want to arrange these tags? So it looks like they're sort of arranged in this group, and it's not like grid where there's a specific column and row arrangement, because you can see they're kind of overlapping, sort of like bricks. So this tells me that we probably want to use Flexbox for these. And it will kind of wrap to the next line when we run out of space. So let's do that. And we want the flex parent to be skills tags. So let's try that. All right, so I got VS Code on the left and I have the browser Firefox open on the right. So skills tags, we want to be display flex. So now you can see it's trying to fit as many on the same row as possible. And let's add that space between them. So on mobile, let's see how much space there is. 10 pixels between them. And then for desktop, it's 12. Okay. So we're going to add a gap of 10 pixels. And then we'll add a media query. Large. Gap of 12 pixels. Cool. All right, so looks like we need to add wrapping also. So for Flexbox, if you don't explicitly say flex wrap and set it to wrap, it's going to fit everything on the same row, which is causing horizontal scrolling, as you can see here. So flex wrap of wrap. There we go. So we're definitely getting there. And let's change this to mobile. So here we got our skills. And things are looking decent, but they're not centered. It looks like they're left aligned. So I think we need to adjust the alignment in our skills tags. So I think we can do that with align items center. Or is it content? Oh my gosh. So here's the flex box. I'm sorry, it's justify content center. I mixed up align and justify. There we go. So justify content center. So let's copy that. Okay. So now it's working. Now we do need to center the headline here. And we also need to add space between the headline and the content. So let's go back to Figma and make sure we're doing this the right way. So here's the headline, 30 pixels. And I'm going to try to see what space we have in other sections. So this is also 30 under the H2 tag. And I'm just kind of seeing space between, the different items. So it's 30 and 30. And then here it's also 30. So you can add space either using margin, or you can put things in a grid or flex container and add space using gap. So one thing I'm thinking about, I'm trying to think ahead a little bit. So this project section, there's 40 pixels of space, 40, 40. So for the projects, we might want to make the entire project section a grid container and then have a gap of 40, and that'll automatically add space between the H2 tag and then each of the projects. And we could do the same thing in the skills section, even though there's just the H2 tag and then the tags. So that might be, one way you could do that. You could also just add space using margin, but I think I'm going to try using grid for this. So here's our skills section tag. So if we wanted to add space just using gap between the h2 tag and then the whole skills tags div, we could make the skills wrapper a grid parent. However, if we're going to do the same approach with the projects, where we're making the projects wrapper a grid parent and adding space between each of the children using gap, that would kind of be the same set of styles. So I think I might want to create a helper class to handle both those cases. So what we could do is, in the skills wrapper, just make it bigger for you temporarily. I might just get rid of that class and add a helper class for, let's say, section grid. This will make, we want the section grid to be the grid parent. And just to make sure this works in other sections, I'm going to add it to products and contact. So this is going to be a layout style. So I'm going to add a section grid class, and we're going to say display grid and add a gap of, I think it was 30 pixels for mobile and then 40 for desktop. So now you might notice there's actually space between the h2 tag and the tags, and then the projects and the project image and the get in touch and then the links. So this is one way that we can add space kind of on a larger level throughout the website. Now the other thing we need to do is we want to center the h2 tag. So what we could do is, because it's a grid parent, the skills section tag, because it has that section grid class, we can actually say justify content center and, justify item center. That's for grid. Justify content is for flex, but we need justify items to center grid children. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Let's see how this looks on desktop. Okay, it's getting a little wide here. So here's 1200 pixels, and we probably need to change that. So I think we're good on mobile, but we have the width of the skills tags on desktop is 576. So maybe we'll set a max width on these skills tags. Let's say max width, and it was, I think, 576. Oops. There we go. Okay. I'm liking how that's looking. Cool. Let's just look at the design. So in the design, we have just the 4 tags, HTML through JavaScript. Maybe it's because it's not wide enough. There we go. Because the font and stuff is getting bigger at over 1200 pixels. Okay, so that looks more like the design. Yeah. Cool. Now, one thing that I thought might be kind of fun would be to make these tags kind of interactive when you hover over them, although they're not going to go anywhere when you click on them. So what I want to do is add a hover state to these tags to kind of change color when you hover. So what I'm thinking is, for the individual tag elements, I'm going to make it turn into a hand when you hover over with cursor, pointer. There you go. And then let's add a hover pseudo class. And let's add a background color. And I think I want this to be like the color, but a little bit lighter. So in our colors, I'm going to duplicate our accent to color and add hover. And I'm going to make it lighter by increasing that last number, the lightness. So let's try 45% from 30%. And then we can copy the color and add it as a background. And let's also add a transition. So we want to add the transition on the main selector, not the hover state. And we want to transition the background property. And we'll do kind of the same as we did before, 150 milliseconds, ease in, out. All right. So now there's just like a slight little interaction that you have with the tags, which I think is kind of fun. Okay, so I think that's good for the skills section. Next up, we're going to do the projects, and that is going to be the more complicated part of this website. All right, so here is the design. So the projects, we have our H2 tag, then we have the image, and then we have some text with an H3 tag, a paragraph here, and then 2 buttons. So let's check out, the space between the elements in the project itself. So 16 pixels between the image and the H3 tag. And then inside the text, there's 16 pixels to the button, and then between the projects, it is 30, which I think we already set. So basically inside each individual project, we can also make that a grid parent and set a gap of 16, and then it'll automatically add 16 pixels of space between the children. So let's try that. So let's create a new Sass partial for the projects. So create a new file, underscore, I guess projects.scss. And then we need to forward it. And then let's copy that use util rule again. And then I'll just start by adding the project's class name. Okay, let me just make sure I have the class names correct. Yeah, so we have here, section tag is called projects, and then each project, singular, is projects item. So projects item and projects text, and then projects button. So let's add selectors for those. Projects item, projects, I think I have a really short-term memory. Projects item, projects text, and projects buttons. So text and buttons. Oops. Okay. So we said for the projects item, we want that to be a display grid, and we'll add a gap of 16 pixels. So let's start there. And now here's what we have on the website. So it looks pretty good. Spacing wise, and I feel like we may have already gotten the text sizes set. So let's add the rounded corners on the project image. And the border radius is 12 on mobile. Let's see what we got on desktop. 12 on desktop, so that makes it a little bit easier. What selector should we use for the image? I didn't add a class to that, so maybe, I think, let's just wrap this really quick. Oh, we did project's image. It was just off screen. Here we go. So we'll do this after project's item. Border radius and 12 pixels. Okay. Okay, so I think this looks pretty good. All right, so let's check the font sizes, even though I think we're okay. Yeah, I think we set the font sizes already. And then we did paragraph small. Okay, so the spacing is good. The text sizes are good. The image is good. Let's do the buttons now. So that's going to be a little more work. So we have these teal buttons, and they're rounded. And I can't tell if they get bigger on desktop. Let's see what we have on mobile. So on mobile, the font size is 14 and the width is 99, height is 40. So the height of these is 40. Okay, so 14 and the padding is 12 and 24. Let's check the desktop one. Looks a little bit bigger. It is 16, 12, and 24. Okay. So the font size gets a little bit bigger. Okay, let's set this up. Now, these buttons, even though in this website they're only existing in the projects, buttons are something that are pretty generally used throughout a website. Let's say if you have multiple pages. So I think the correct place to put these button styles would be in their own SAS file. And we can put those in maybe global. You could probably put it in components too, but I'll do global since they're kind of global elements. And I think we did sort of plan for that already because in the project's buttons, we had created each button as an anchor tag, and it had a helper class of button and then an additional helper class of primary or secondary depending on the style. So let's create our new SAS parcel. I'll say button.scss. Then we need to forward it. There we go. Now we have button, and I'm gonna again just copy the use util. Now, we're going to first add our helper class of button, which both primary and secondary buttons are going to use. And then on the same element, so we need an ampersand, we'll add the second class, so primary and secondary. So now we can add the styles for our buttons. So let's add the font size first. And that was UREM 14 for mobile. And I'll add a breakpoint. And large. Font size UREM 16. And font weight was bold, I believe. So font weight, I like using the numbers, 700. Okay, now we need to add the background color for the buttons. So the primary button or the first button has that solid background color of the teal. So we'll say color, I believe that was accent. So let's save, okay. And we also want to set the color of the text. So var, and that should be the very dark purple color BG. Okay, let's just zoom in a bit. And then we need to add the padding, and I believe that was 12 and 24. So 12 pixels, 24 pixels. And then we need a border radius to make it round. And that is 60. So they're basically completely rounded on the sides. So that's going to be 60 pixels. Okay, so let's see how that looks. Okay, not bad. Now the secondary button is going to be, I would say similar, except we have a border. So actually we want to maybe add the border radius in the global button styles to get applied to both, and maybe the same with the padding, because we want both the primary and secondary to have the same shape and size. Now the secondary one is not solid, but it instead has this outline. Can't quite. Okay, so the button, where is the outline? Here we go. So the stroke is the same color as that teal, and it is 3 pixels. So let's do that. And then also the color is the teal color. So border, 3 pixels, solid, var color, accent. And then color will be var color accent as well. Okay, looks pretty good. Now, here's one thing I wanted to show you, which is kind of why I have these different button styles. The solid one is a little bit smaller than the border on the secondary one. And the reason for that is borders are added on top of the box of the content and then on top of the padding. So that border of 3 pixels, slightly different since I think we're zoomed in or something. But the border of 3 pixels is on top of the button, which is why this is smaller than this. So the best way that I've found to fix this when you have solid and border, sort of transparent border buttons, is to add a border on the solid button too to even it out. So we can do that if we copy this, and I guess we can actually move that style rule and make it a global button style rule. And I think that'll work. So now you can see they look the same size. They're looking a little bit tall, so we might need to adjust some of the padding, just because I think Figma sort of does borders a little bit differently than happens on the web. So let's get the size. So these were 40 pixels in height. And my guess is these are going to be taller than 40. So yeah, 46. So that's because it was 40 because we added the padding based on the design, but then adding that 3 pixels of border on all sides, it's making the height 6 pixels taller than it needs to be. So what we want to do is we want to actually maybe subtract 3 pixels of vertical padding from the buttons. So instead of 12 pixels of padding on top and bottom, it's going to be 9. So let's save. So now the buttons look much closer to the design. And if we inspect them, then we can see that it is 40 pixels tall. Okay, so the buttons themselves are looking pretty good. We probably want to add some space. Also, I feel like, oh yeah. So the buttons are kind of overlapping the margin from the paragraph. And let's see. I think we had said we were going to try to add space between the elements using gap. But let's check on the design. So if the paragraph is here, 16 pixels of space on top and bottom. So actually what we have from the paragraph itself is working. The only problem is that the anchor tags are by display inline, so the margin is going to collapse inside it until it hits the content of the text. But I think we can get rid of that if we lay out the project's buttons, because we do need to add space between these buttons anyway, and I think that'll get rid of the margin collapse if I'm not mistaken. So let's see how much space we need between the buttons. 20 pixels. So let's go back to the project styles. So the project's buttons is the div surrounding both buttons. So let's say display flex. Okay, and you might notice that it actually did add space between the paragraph and the buttons. And that's because when you make an element that's usually display inline, a flex child or grid child, it's going to act like a display block item. So that's why the margin from the paragraph above it is now taking effect, as you can see here. So we wanted to add 20 pixels of space. So we'll add a gap of 20 pixels. There we go. Cool. So these buttons look pretty good. I'm going to zoom out to a normal zoom. So I think that the layout of the project item is set. Now let's figure out the hover states for the buttons, because usually, you want to show that it's interactive by changing the colors or something when you're hovering over it. So what I might do is when you hover over the solid button, let's change the background color to white, like the text color. And then for the secondary button, we'll change the outline and the color to white as well. So hover. Let's just copy this color accent, and then we'll change it to colored text. There we go. Oh, and we also want to change the border. Border color. Change that to colored text. There we go. And we'll add the transition later on, but let's get the hover state for the secondary button. Maybe we'll just copy what we have here. So we don't want to change the background, but we do want to change the color. So color and border color of the secondary button are changing. Cool. So that looks pretty good. So now let's see if we can set a transition and affect all those properties that we're changing at the same time. So I do like using the transition shorthand because you can set, the property, the duration, and the easing. So let's try doing that. 150 milliseconds and ease in out. And you might notice I'm not setting a property. By default, it's going to be all, but I try to explicitly denote which properties are actually getting animated, just to avoid sort of weird behaviors sometimes. So on top of this transition shorthand, which is by default setting the transition property to all, I'm going to add another transition property to overwrite that because it's coming after it. So this is sort of utilizing the cascade in CSS. Now, what properties do we want to transition? We want to transition the background, comma, we'll say border, and we'll say color for text color. And let's see if that works. Looks good. Nice. Cool. Okay, so the projects look pretty good for mobile. Let's look at desktop now. Okay, so here's mobile. And I am zoomed down a little bit, so it's going to look a bit small. So here's mobile, and we want to figure out when we want to hit that 2-column layout. And usually desktop, I'm hitting it at 1200, but that might be a little wide for this. So maybe we'll do what we did before and change to the 2-column layout on medium or tablet. So here's the mobile version, and then here's the desktop version. So the desktop, it looks like they're pretty similar, 570 and 570. So with the 2-column layout, they're going to each take up 50%. And then what's space between them? 40 pixels of space between them. Okay, so let's try that. So we probably want to use grid for this, I'm guessing. So let's see what selector we want to use for this. So here's the individual project, and this is the image, the first one, and then project's text is the other one, other direct child. So that tells me that the direct parent, project's item, is what we want to be the grid parent. Okay, so here's project's item. So display grid is set already because we had things in rows. Now let's add our include you breakpoint, and we're going to say medium. And here's where we'll add our grid template columns. And actually we could use repeat. Repeat to 1FR to make them equally sized. There we go. So this actually looks pretty good already. We didn't have to do too much here. And then we did want to add a gap of 40 pixels. There we go. That looks pretty dang good. Let's just double check the button font size. I don't know if it's because I'm zoomed out, but it seems a little bit small. No, it is 16. Okay. So that looks pretty good. Let's kind of eyeball it with the design, because I don't remember if this needs to be vertically centered to each other or not. Looks like it might be vertically centered. Yeah. So you can see the text is smaller than the image. So we do want to vertically center that. So we can do that with align items center. There we go. Cool. So this looks pretty good. Yeah, I think we're doing pretty good here. There we go. So here's the tablet and desktop version with 2 columns. Then as we get narrower, then it changes to 1 column. All right, I think that looks pretty good. So let's now add the other project in the markup. So there were 3 projects, so I'm just going to duplicate the first one twice. So this is the first one. We don't want to change that, but now we want to change the other one. So let's kind of delete this. And we'll have to adjust the image to be project 2. And let's see what size that is. If we go up to the image folder, project 2 is 1140 by 600. So it's the same. So I think maybe I had created, yeah, so all the project images are 1140 by 600, which makes it nice. And then we'll add an alt text. So project 2 is this giant hamburger. So I'll just say giant hamburger. And now we need to copy the text from the design. So this one's called a Bon Voyage Burgers. And then we can copy the paragraph here. And let's paste that in. There we go. And then the buttons can be the same. All right, here's the third project. And the third project was a beach with like some kind of sailboat thing. Beach and ocean with sailboat. And let's copy the text from the design. So this one's called Wander Wise. And let's get the paragraph. Oops. There we go. Okay, so I think that's good for the project markup. Here's the website. Things look pretty good. Let's see. So let's start with the mobile. And I do want to make sure that we have the correct space between the individual projects. Okay, so each project looks pretty good. And what I had done was, I don't know if you can see that, the colors are not quite contrasty enough. There we go. Hopefully you can see that better. Okay. So right now there is 16 pixels of gap. There is 30 pixels of gap on the overall projects section tag for mobile. And then let's see, it's 40 on desktop, and I do think that is correct. So I think we're pretty good on the project section. All right, so the last section of this website is the Get in Touch section. And let's check out our mobile styles first. So it has the H2 tag, which we should have styles for already. And then we have 3 links. And then each of those links has an icon. So it's that on mobile. And then let's check the font sizes and see if they change. So we have, we have 18 font size on mobile and then 18 on desktop as well. So let's get those figured out. All right, so let's take a look at the contact section here. So here's a section tag, and we have our H2 tag, and then we have the links in an unordered, we have the links in an unordered list, with each link being a list item, and then the SVG is an inline SVG. So if we look at our website, we do want to fix a few things. So we want to get rid of all the default list styles. So let me show you what those are. So here is the UL tag, and it comes with some padding on the left, and then it also has some margin. So we want to kind of zero those out. And this is UL class contact links. So I think we still need to make a SAS partial for the contact section. And the section tag has a class of contact. So let's create a new partial in the components. Contact.scss. I'm going to forward it in our index.scss. There we go. And then let's copy over the util. Let's kind of close the things we don't really need. Okay, then we're going to start adding our selectors here. So the first one will be the contact class. And then we have contact links, contact item, and contact link. And then we might need one for the SVG. I can't remember. Maybe I'll add a class. Class equals contact icon. And I'll just add that class to the other SVGs, because we want to change the color of the icons when we hover over them. So to do that, we want to target the path, which is the actual shape of the SVG. And we can do that in our styles, which I will be showing you. All right, so going back here, we got contact links, item, link, and icon. So let's save. So links, item, link singular, and then icon. There we go. Okay, so the UL tag is what we want to work on first. We want to get rid of those default bullet points. We want to get rid of that default padding and margin. So contact links, we will set margin to 0 and padding to 0. And we also want to get rid of the bullet points here. So one way we can do that is we can target the actual LI class here, contact item. And we can say list style type none. So now we don't have that. Let's just make the text color white. So on the link, color dash text, there we go. And I believe that was also bold. So font weight, let's set that to 700. All right, we're looking pretty good. We also want to set the font size. So I believe the font size was 18 for all viewports. So urem 18. There we go. Okay, so, feels like we're halfway there already. We need to figure out the alignment of the icon to the text. And, it looks like it's not quite vertically centered to each other. And then we also probably need to add some space between the icon and the text. So let's go back to our design and see what we have there. Oh yeah, and then we need to add space between the links as well. So let's do that first. So let's just select the first one, and there's 16 pixels of space between them. So that was, I believe, so the LI is the SVG plus the text. So that means we want to add space between each of the LIs using the contact links class and make that like a flex or grid parent. Let's do that. So display grid, gap 16 pixels. There we go. And the reason that I'm using display grid for this and other places in the website when all I'm doing is adding space between the children is because by default, grid is going to put all the children in their own row. So that's why it doesn't seem like anything's changing when you just add display grid. Whereas if you just add display flex, there's usually an immediate visual change because Flexbox by default will put all the children on the same row. So it kind of makes things fit. So when I know things are going to be vertically aligned, I usually use display grid. And then, if I wanted to have them just be on the same row, like with the buttons, that's why I set the buttons to be display flex, because I don't have to add any other properties to put them on the same row. Whereas for grid, I would have had to add, a grid template and things like that. So I kind of stick with whatever lets me write the fewest numbers of styles. And that seems to be working pretty well. Okay, so now we have to figure out the space and alignment within each individual list item. So let's kind of zoom in here. There is 20 pixels of space between the icon and the text. Looks like there's 16 there. And 17. So my guess is that we want to create a column of, whichever one is the widest icon, which I think might be the envelope. Yes, 24, 24, 24. Okay, I don't know why these are not aligned. They should be the same amount of distance from each other. So this might be my bad with the design. So let's kind of scoot these over. There we go. Okay. So I think for this arrangement, I might use grid again and create one column in each list item that is 20 pixels or 24 pixels. And then the second column will be, the text and however wide that is. And then we'll add 20 pixels of space. So this is going to be in the list item here. So first we have, or actually I think it might need to be the contact link. Let's see. Yeah, so the contact link is going to be the grid parent because it contains the SVG and then the text. And I wonder if I need to put the text in a paragraph tag or not. I think you're not supposed to nest other elements inside an anchor tag, but let's try without. So contact link, we're going to make this a grid, grid template columns, and we'll say urem, I think 24, and then we'll just say auto. I'll add a gap of 20 pixels. Okay, so that actually looks pretty good. And let's align things vertically. So align items, center. All right, that looks pretty good. And I think it's going to be pretty similar on desktop. Yeah, I think everything is pretty much the same. Yeah, it's 18 pixels. So I think that's good. Let's also figure out a hover state for these. So, usually we want to maybe change the color, and let's change it to the teal accent color since, we've used that for other places on the website. So the link here, when that's hovered, we want to change the color to var color accent. There we go. And we also, when the link is hovered, we want to change the color of the SVG. So we can do that. We might want to nest it inside the hover state for the link. And I know I added a class to the SVG, but I might just use the SVG tag and then path. And we'll adjust the fill color to also be color, or there we go, color accent. So now both the icon and the text are changing. So it looks pretty good. Let's see if we can do a transition on the color, 150 milliseconds, and ease in out. And I think we'll have to do the same thing on the SVG path. So I guess we can add a path selector inside the contact icon, which is the SVG. Oh, fill. There we go. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Zoom in so you can see better. All right. Cool. So I feel like that looks pretty good. Let's just kind of do a full website sort of check here to make sure the website looks pretty good. So here's the mobile version. Okay. And then let's kind of increase the viewport width. All right, things look good. Let's check the design on the contact section. I don't remember if it was, oh yeah, it is centered. So we will have to center that on desktop. So I think one way we could do that would be if we have this section grid, it's already a grid. So what we could do is say justify items, census grid, center. There we go. And that won't affect the text alignment. So that'll be for the contact class for the section tag. And let's try adding our breakpoint. And maybe I'll do this on medium so that for tablet it'll also be centered. Justify items center. There we go. Okay, so let's try again. Here's desktop. There we go, centered. And then everything's good on mobile. Cool. All right, so I think this can be considered pretty much complete for our static website build. So next up, we're going to start using these files and creating a custom WordPress theme from scratch. All right, so now we're going to start building our custom WordPress theme. The first step to doing this is to get WordPress running locally on our computer. Now, this was kind of a pain in the past when you had to do everything yourself, like setting up the MySQL database and hooking that up to WordPress. But now there's a tool that we can use which is free, and it does all of that for you, which takes a lot of the pain out of the whole process. So it's a tool called Local WP, and we want to start by downloading that to our computer. So I'll do a search for WordPress Local WP, and it should be this site, localwp.com. All right, so here's a website, and what you want to do is you want to click this download button over here and download it and then install it to your computer. Now, once you have Local WP installed, you can open it and it should look something like this. And I do have a test site already installed, but what we want to do is we want to create a new local site. So we can do that by going down to the bottom left-hand corner here and click Add Local Site. And then we want to create a new site. So we'll say Continue. And then the site's name, I'm going to call it Coder Folio. And then Continue. And then I'm just going to select the preferred environment. And then we need to set up our WordPress login. And then I'll just leave the default email because we don't really care about that. And then click Add Site. All right, so now Local WP is creating our local site for us. Okay, awesome. So the site is going, it's running, as we can see with this green dot here. And what we want to do is we want to actually go into WordPress. So we want to click WP admin here. And we need to log in with whatever we created. And here we have our WordPress dashboard. Now, when we're creating our custom theme, you can try to create one completely from scratch, but I'm actually going to create a theme based on an existing theme called Blank Slate. So we can install a theme by going to Appearance, Themes, and then Add New Theme. And in the search bar, type in Blank Slate. And it's this one here, which you can see from the preview is very minimal. So let's install that and then activate it so that the site will start running using the Blank Slate theme. So now we can go to Visit Site to see what our website looks like. And it looks very minimal, which is fine. It's actually the whole purpose why the creator of the Blank Slate theme created it, so that it could act as kind of a minimal starting point for you to build your own theme off of that. All right, so now we're going to start by adjusting some of the WordPress files for our custom theme. So what you can do in local is you can open the actual site files using site folder, shell, or VS Code. I'm going to go with VS Code since we're going to be making some code changes. All right, so here is our WordPress install that we installed locally. So in this folder, there's a couple WordPress folders that I'm going to kind of describe to you just so you know what they are. So WP admin contains files for the WP dashboard that we log into, and you don't really want to make changes here. And then the other folder that you don't want to make changes to is the WP includes folder, and this basically includes all the programming logic that runs WordPress. So this is like the kind of software folder. Then the WP content folder is the folder that we're going to be working in for our theme. So in the WP content folder, it contains things like plugins and themes. And if we expand the themes folder, we can see we have our Blank Slate folder here, as well as the other default WordPress themes. It also contains uploads folder, which is for when you upload, image files to WordPress, they're all going to be saved in this uploads folder. So when you're working on a WordPress site, most of the site files are going to be in the WP content folder. Now, let's go to our Blank Slate theme folder here. So it contains a bunch of PHP files. And I wanted to show you the README file because I think it's kind of helpful to know. So Blank Slate, and in the description, it kind of tells you sort of how to use it. So it's saying you may delete this file and any other file. It's a boilerplate starter theme. So this is what we're going to do here. So it says if you're creating your own theme or client project, open up all files and do a find and replace all on the word Blank Slate with your own project name. So let's do that now. So in VS Code, I'm going to right click on the Blank Slate folder, do find in folder, and I'm going to search for Blank Slate, and then I'm going to replace it with our name, and I'm going to call this Coder Folio. So that's going to be the name of our custom theme. And you can see there's a lot of results here. So we're going to click on the replace all, and then confirm, and there we go. So the last thing we want to do is we want to rename the Blank Slate folder to Coder Folio. And actually, I probably should have done this before activating the theme. So let's go back to WordPress and kind of fix this. So I'm going to reload the themes page in WordPress, and it's telling us that the theme is broken because we installed and activated Blank Slate, but we changed the folder name so WordPress can't find it. However, we do have the Coder Folio, which you can see has the same preview as Blank Slate. So let's activate that. And then now things should be working fine. We have our Coder Folio theme running. And if I reload, looks like the site is loading correctly. Okay, so in WordPress, there are a couple of plugins that we're going to be using for creating this custom theme. So let's go to plugins, and we want to add a new plugin. So the plugin I want to add is called the Classic Editor, which is actually this first one here. And this is because I like working with the old Classic Editor in WordPress instead of, Gutenberg or Full Site Editor. So let's activate that. Okay. Now the other plugin that we want to install is Advanced Custom Fields. And to do that, we have to go to the Advanced Custom Fields website. So let's search for WordPress Advanced Custom Fields. And then here's the website here. So let's download it. And we're downloading the free version. So we'll just download the latest. And then now what we can do is we can add our plugin from this downloaded folder. So let's go back to WordPress, and we want to add new plugin. And I'm going to click the Upload Plugin option. And then we want to select our Advanced Custom Fields zip file. So we'll select that and then click Install Now. And then activate. Cool. So let's make a couple of changes in WordPress. So the website we're building is this one-page portfolio website. So I want to create the page in WordPress. So let's go to Pages and then Add New. And I'm going to call it Coder Folio Homepage. And let's just add some test text. This is the Coder Folio Homepage, exclamation point. And let's click Publish. And we don't need to view it yet, but what we want to do now is we want to have the homepage load the Coder Folio homepage. So what we can do is go to Appearance, Customize, and we want to go down here to Homepage Settings. And this is basically what you want to display when you load your site. And I don't want to display latest posts. I want to display a static page. And then under Homepage, we'll select Coder Folio. And then I guess I'll hit Publish to save our changes. All right, cool. So now let's load our local website. So now when I refreshed, you can see that it is loading the Coder Folio homepage. And it says this is the Coder Folio homepage, which is that test text that I typed in. So it seems like the page is working correctly. All right, so next we're going to look at our WordPress files and do a little bit of cleanup, and then also start customizing them for our custom theme. All right, so when we're working with WordPress files, WordPress is written in PHP. So there is a VS Code extension that will help when we're working with those PHP files, like prettifying them so that they're a bit easier to parse. So if you go to your extensions menu, it is called PHP IntelliFence, and it has this elephant logo. So if you install it, then it'll start running. And then we also want to make sure that we are configuring VS Code to use PHP IntelliFence as the default formatter for PHP files. And what we want to do is, if we go to our Coder Folio theme folder, we can open a file, like something like this, the header.php. And then when we're in the file, you want to open the control palette with Control-Shift-P or Command-Shift-P. And then type in format. And you want to find the format document with. So here you can select the formatter you want to use. And what you want to do is say configure default formatter. And then when it prompts you to select the default formatter for PHP files, select PHP IntelliFence. And we also want to automatically format on save. So to do that, we want to go into our settings. So on Windows, you can go to File Preferences Settings. If you're on a Mac, it's going to be in Code Preferences Settings or Code Settings. So let's go to our settings. And in the settings, you can search for format on save. And then here, you just want to make sure that this box is checked. So once you have that set, then when you save a file, it's going to automatically prettify it. And we do need that specific extension because the regular prettify VS Code extension unfortunately does not work on WordPress PHP files and maybe any PHP files. But yeah, so you just want to make sure that you have that. It'll just make your life a bit easier when working with these files. All right, so I do have to say that I'm not a WordPress expert, but from what I know, when WordPress is loading a page, it's going to use a few of these PHP files that are in the theme folder. So the first one is the header.php file. And you can kind of see it looks like, an HTML head and a body tag. And it has some PHP code that is inside these PHP tags. And it is just in the HTML. So if you're not used to that, it does seem a little messy and weird maybe, but that's just kind of how it is. So if we go through the website, there's a header tag with some, this is the default theme from Blank Slate. And then it goes to the last thing in the header.php file is the opening main tag. And you'll notice there's no closing main tag or closing body or HTML tag. And that's because WordPress is going to use other files for that. So let me kind of show you how that works. So after the header.php file, WordPress is going to load the rest of the page depending on what type of content it is, whether it's a post or a page or even a custom page. So for example, for pages, it's going to load page.php. If I save, it'll prettify that. And you can see here, it's getting the header, and that's the header.php file. And then this is loading content. So if there's blog posts, then it's going to generate this along with some data from the WordPress database. And then you can see at the bottom of this, it says get footer. So that's going to be the footer.php file. And you can see here is where we have the closing main tag, and then get sidebar, which is part of this theme, and then the actual footer tag. And then it includes some more footer code. So what we want to do is we want to create this home page, which is the one-page website, as a custom page template. So before we do that, I'm just going to try to clean up some of this default codes that we don't need, starting with the header.php file. So here's the header and here's the body tag. And I don't need anything in the header tag here, so I'm actually going to delete all of this stuff. And I also don't need the wrapper div and the container div. So I'm going to delete these two div tags. Now, again, these are just the opening tags that are here in the header.php file. So we need to make very sure that we find the correct closing div tags and delete them. Otherwise, it's going to really mess up how the website looks. So we're just kind of going very minimal here. So let's go to the footer.php file. And we're not going to use a sidebar, so I'm going to delete that. That's just kind of like one of those default WordPress things. And then we want to delete this copyright div. We don't really need that. And then we want to delete the closing div tag here and the closing div tag here. All right, so I think that's good for the header and the footer. So now we're going to create our custom page template for our website. So to do that, we're going to duplicate the page.php file, and we're going to rename it to match the homepage that we had already created in WordPress. However, we need to make the file name match the slug, which is the unique ID for that page. So let's get the slug in WordPress for that page that we created, and then we'll rename the duplicate page.php file. All right, so back on the WordPress dashboard, one quick thing that you can do that I didn't realize till much later, is that you can actually customize what shows up on here. So if you click on screen options, you can check or uncheck whatever you want. So I don't really care about any of these things. So I'm just going to uncheck all of these. There you go. All right, and then let's go to our pages, and we need to find that slug of the Coderfolio homepage. So the way you can get that most quickly, I think, is you go to Quick Edit, and then it actually tells you the slug is Coderfolio-homepage. So let's copy that. And now back in VS Code, let's, I guess I will copy and paste the page.php so you can see we have now the page copy. And let's rename that. And we want to name it page dash and then the slug name, which is, no, it didn't, Coderfolio dash homepage. And this does need to be exact, otherwise it's not going to match when we're loading this custom template. And instead of the slug, you can also use the ID. WordPress creates an ID for each of the pages, which I think you can see if you hover over it. It's kind of hard to see here, but it says post equals 6 in the URL. 6 is the ID for that page, so you can also use that in your file name. All right, so WordPress should automatically load this Coderfolio homepage PHP file from the Coderfolio homepage page. But just to make sure, let's add some text here. I'm just going to maybe, instead of title, I'll say avocado. Avocado. Meow meow. And this is just hard-coded silly text to make sure that we'll be able to check if this actually is loading. All right, so if we go to the website and reload it, then you can see it is working because it says avocado, avocado, meow, meow. So that part is working. All right, so we know that the page is working with our custom page template. Now let's kind of clean up the code here. So we actually don't need the majority of the code that we have in this file. So I'm actually going to delete the entire article tag. And then we also don't have comments, so I'm going to delete that also. And what we really want to do is we want to integrate the HTML code from our static website that we just built into this PHP template. So just to kind of refresh ourselves, how this works is when we load this page template, it's going to load the top of the HTML file from header.php, ending on the opening main tag, and then so the code in here is basically inside the main tag already. And it's going to load all the markup and the code here. And then it's going to end by loading footer.php, which has the closing main tag, and then the footer tag, which I actually don't think we need because we didn't really have a footer in the design. So I'm just going to delete that. And then it'll have the closing body and the closing HTML tags. And this WP footer, it loads some closing sort of footer code that we're going to leave for now. So everything in our custom page template PHP file is what's inside the main tag. So now let's go to the static index.html file from our static website. So what I want is I want to get everything in the main tag here. So I'm just going to fold everything up so we can make sure to select the right thing. And I'm going to select all the sections that are inside the main tag. So I'm going to copy that, and then in our PHP file, I'm going to paste them in. So now this is what we have. We have our different section tags. So let's also maybe indent everything all the way to the left. And let's just see how things look. So I'm going to save and, okay, I guess it re-indented, which is fine. I'm going to reload our website. Okay, so you can see that the images aren't loading because, you know, we didn't add them to WordPress, and we really just have the content from our static website. So the next thing we need to do is we need to load our Sass styles from our static website into our WordPress website. All right, so we're going to basically copy and paste the SAS files over from our static website to our WordPress website. So in this tab in the File Explorer, I have the static website open, and we can see we have the index.html file, and then we have the SCSS folder. And we probably also want to get the fonts folder. So I'm going to select fonts and SCSS folders. We're not going to manually move the image folder over because we're going to upload those images to WordPress because, we want to take advantage of the CMS aspect of that. So let's copy these two folders. And then I'm going to go to the local site. So this is in the Coderfolio project. And we want to go to WP Content, Themes, Coderfolio. So it's really important that you add all these files in the theme file itself. You don't want to add it anywhere else because it's going to get overwritten when you update WordPress. So this is the Coderfolio folder. I'm just going to paste it in. So now we have the fonts and the SCSS folders in our theme file, or theme folder rather. So now in VS Code, we can see the fonts folder and then the SCSS folder. So we have to get the style.css file to load, and we're going to kind of follow how Blank Slate had originally set it up. So in the theme folder, if you go down, this is the style.css file originally from Blank Slate. But we don't want to load this CSS file. We want to load the CSS file that we have in our SAS file, and which will get updated every time we make changes to our SAS styles. So we can actually change the location of the style.css file in the WordPress code. So to do that, we need to go to functions.php, which is here. All right, so in our functions.php file, we are looking for a function called coderfolio_enqueue. So if I scroll down, it's this one here. So this is loading a couple different things. So it's loading the style.css file that's in the root of the theme folder here, style.css inside the Coderfolio folder. And then it's also loading jQuery. WordPress just kind of comes with using jQuery. So what we want to do is we want to adjust this style. It's getting enqueued, meaning it's going to get added to WordPress when it loads, so that we can adjust the path to be not this root style.css file, but the SCSS style.css file. And unfortunately, this one just straight up loads a style.css file in the root. So we want to use a different function. So instead of get style sheet URI, we can change that to get style sheet directory underscore URI. And this is a different function which will return just the path to the theme folder, meaning the Coderfolio folder. So now, since we're just in the folder, we can adjust this path to add on the SCSS folder and then the style.css file in here. And we can do that by adding a dot and then in a string. And the dot is what lets you, concatenate or add strings with code. So we're going to load a / SCSS style.css. All right, so let's save that. Okay, so let's check and make sure that our new style.css file is getting loaded on the website. So here's a website, there's nothing there, and let's reload. And now we have some styles. And you can see the images aren't loading, so we have the alt text that's loading instead. But aside from the images not loading, things look okay, I think. Yeah, so the content's a little bit messed up, but I think that's okay for now. We will fix that a little bit later. Okay, let's go back to VS Code because right now we are just loading the sort of finished style.css file that we ended up with last time. And I want to make sure that our SAS workflow works so that we can watch SAS using the live SAS extension, and then it'll get compiled and all the changes will show up on our local website. So I guess I'll close the functions.php file because we don't need it right now. Let's go into our styles here. And we want to click Watch SaaS. So now let's change something that's really easy to tell visually if it's changing. So I'm going to go into our colors.scss file, and I'm going to change the background color to, something super obvious and different. So now it's lime green. So let's save that, go back to our website, and then reload, and it's lime green, which is very bright. So let's remove that and go back to our old color. Reload again, and oops, it's still green. Okay, I think that's the right color. There we go. Okay, so that's good because now we know that our SaaS workflow is working and everything is compiling and getting loaded in our WordPress site. And one quick change I might make just to make sure that these images don't get super wide is what's happening is that we had added that style max width of 100% for all image tags. However, because the image in the hero is part of a 2-column layout, and actually the same thing with these project images, they're limited to 100% width of the parent, which means the entire container. So then you add that with the text block, and that's why everything is getting too wide. So let's go to the hero styles. And we want to go down to hero image. And what I'm going to do is width 100%. And then let's try the same thing for the project files. Projects, image, and let's just double check what that selector was for the images. So projects item image. So the actual image tag is project's image. So we'll do the same thing there with 100%. Okay, so now horizontal scrolling is not happening and we can see all the project text. So it'll just make things a little bit less awkward when we are coding the website. All right, so one thing that I realized I forgot is we didn't actually put the header into our theme file. So let's do that now. So in VS Code, I'm going to go to the index.html file, and this is the static file that we had before. And I'm going to copy the header tag, and we want to add it to our header in the WordPress theme files, which is header PHP. So we want to add the header tag before the main tag. So I'm going to just paste that in there, save, and let's load our website again. There we go. So now we have our logo. All right, so now that we've finished integrating our static HTML and Sass files into our WordPress theme files, the next step is to make the content of our website editable in WordPress. So right now in our custom homepage PHP file, we have a lot of hard-coded content, meaning text that is in the code file itself. For example, in the H1 tag, we have the coder text there. And then also we have the paragraphs in the hero section with the text right in our code file. And also our image is hard-coded in there. So why do we need to use WordPress, and what's so wrong about just having the whole website displayed with hard-coded files like we have here? Well, CMSs or content management systems like WordPress make it a lot easier for people who aren't developers to go in and change the website content without having to edit code files. Because most people who aren't developers are going to get really overwhelmed if they're looking at this code, and they could also potentially, or very easily, I would say, break the site if they have a mistake or some kind of code typo. And it's a lot easier for people who aren't developers to log into the WordPress site and make the content changes from there. Now, if you're a developer and you're just building this simple site and there's not too much content, it could be totally fine for you to just serve up a static website if you wanted. However, if you have a large website with lots of pages, like, for example, you might have a blog that has a ton of different blog articles, or you might be building an e-commerce site for a client and it has a ton of products, meaning a ton of product pages, then it's going to get very unwieldy if every single page has hard-coded HTML. When you're working with a CMS, on the other hand, then you can create a template, kind of like what we have here, And you can easily use the same template to load all those different pages. So then if you make, a CSS change or an HTML change, you can affect all those pages just by editing the template instead of having to work with, could be hundreds of static HTML files. So CMSs on the whole can really help when you're working with a team who might not be tech savvy, updating content on the website, or if you're working with a website that has a ton of different pages, and it'll just make things more efficient. So let's take a look at the WordPress page editor. So here's our custom homepage in the WordPress Classic editor. By default, it comes with a title field and then a body field for the text. Now, WordPress was originally created to be a blogging tool, so this kind of worked for most purposes. However, when you're working with other types of websites, you might want more than just these two fields. And this is where ACF, Advanced Custom Fields, comes into play, because with ACF, you can create lots of different types of fields for your page template. So let me show you what you can do with ACF if you are not familiar with it. So I'm on the advancedcustomfields.com site, in their documentation site, and let's look at the different field types that they offer. So if you click down here, you can see all the different types of fields that you can add with ACF. So, they have an email field, number, password, range, text area, etc. There's just a lot of different options here depending on the type of content that you're trying to set up in your site. So we're going to start by creating a basic text field and adding that into our website. And what we want to do is, here's our hard-coded website. I'm going to use that text field to display the CC initials that we have in the logo header. So this will make it easier for you or whoever to update and change the initials depending on what they want it to say. And, we'll be doing the same thing with the other fields on the website. So on the ACF site, if we click into the text field, it has some pretty helpful detailed instructions for how to add the field. And if you scroll down, it tells you some code snippets for how you can include the field in your PHP files, which is really helpful. So in WordPress, let's start by creating that first text field. So in WordPress, in the left sidebar, I'm going to go to ACF, and we want to create a new field group. So field groups, as the name implies, are groups of different fields. And putting all the fields into a group makes it easier for you to add these fields to different page templates or post types. So let's create our new field group. And I'm going to call this Coder Folio just to match with the names. Let's save. And now we can start adding the fields to this field group that we want. And it does come with one text field here. So let's start working with that. So I'm going to click Edit. So the field label is kind of what you want to call this field when you're editing it in WordPress. So I'm going to call this homepage initials. And you can use, multiple words here. And then when you create that, ACF is going to create a field name, which is kind of like a unique ID for this field. And it will add an underscore between the words because you can't use spaces in this. So the field name is what we're going to be using in our code when we're displaying this field. Okay, so homepage initials is what this is called. You can set a default value if you want. I'm not going to. Let's look at some of these other controls that we can do. So validation is if this field is going to be required when you're editing the page. And I do want this to be required because it's kind of an essential part of this. And character limit, let's set it to 2 since we're just using initials. And I think that's pretty good. And the presentation tab is helpful if you want to add instructions for people who are managing the content. So when you're editing this field, you can include instructions so they know what the field controls. So let's try something like displays the initials in the header of the website. And then placeholder text, you can add these if you want. And these are some other controls, but we're just going to leave those blank. And then conditional logic. This is if you want the display of a field to be dependent on another field. And we'll be using this a little bit later on, but we don't need this for the homepage initials. So I think that's it for this homepage initials field. Let's save our changes. All right, so we have our new field group with our first field. Now the next thing we need to do is we want to display this field in our Coderfolio homepage. So the way we do that is if we scroll down to the settings panel here, we want to go to location rules, which is the first tab. And here's where we control, where these fields will show up. So we want to change this to page because we created the Coderfolio homepage as a page. Page is equal to, and then it sort of by default went to Coderfolio homepage. So let's save our changes. And now let's see if this field shows up on our homepage. So I'm going to go to Pages, Coderfolio homepage, go to Edit, and we have the title field, the body field, and if we scroll down, now we have our Coderfolio field group with the field. So let's start adding some text here, and I'm just going to say ZZ because I want to make sure that the content here is different from our hard-coded website, just to kind of make doubly sure that the content is getting displayed from WordPress. So I'm going to add that and then click Update. So now we have our field displayed there. All right, so the next step is to display this ACF field in our PHP files. So the header tag is in the header.php file. And here we have our hard-coded content. Maybe I'll zoom in a little bit. And right now, of course, it's displaying the CC hard-coded text. And we want to change this to the advanced custom field. So we don't know how to do that. So let's go back to the ACF docs. And here we have the text page in the docs. And we can just follow what they have here. So the display value, this example demonstrates how to display a text field named heading within an H2 tag. And one pretty important thing is for security, it says we don't recommend outputting any ACF value without any sort of protection or escaping. So what that means is that in the code snippet, if I zoom in a little more, you can see better. The getField function is what displays the value of this field, but they're also encapsulating that inside another function, escape HTML. So this will just remove any HTML code or symbols, and that makes it a bit more secure and I think, prevents hacking attempts and things like that. So what we want to do is I'm just going to start with selecting the whole PHP tag, and let's go into our file, and I'm just going to paste it in here. And let's save. Now in getField, the parameter is going to be the field name. So we need to go back and get that field name from WordPress. So in the WordPress page editor, it does tell us that homepage initials is the name, or actually the label of the field. But if you're not sure, you can always go back to ACF and go to the field group and look at the field that you're looking for, and then go down to field name and copy it. And now we can add that into VS Code. There we go. All right, so now let's save and let's look at our website and see if this is working. So here's the website, and I'm going to reload. And now we can see that the text says ZZ, which is what we added in WordPress. So now that we know that this works, let's go back to our home page. And I'm going to change this to CC, which is what we had before. Click Update. And now on our website, if we reload, there we go. It says CC. All right, so let's start adding more of the fields from the website. So we're going to start with the hero section. So in the hero, we have our H1 tag, which is the coder. So we can probably add that as another text field. And then we have these paragraphs. And because this is multiple, elements, we're probably going to want to create another field using the WYSIWYG field. So let me show you that one. So if we go up on the docs site, there's actually a WYSIWYG editor. So we're probably going to just add that. So let's go back to ACF and go to our coder folio field group. And we're going to start adding a new field to the existing field group. So the first one, let's use the text field for our H1 tag text. So I'm going to call this hero title, and then it automatically creates a field name of hero underscore title. And we want this to be required also, I would say. And I'm just not going to put a character limit on this. I don't think it matters too much, but you can if you feel like the content editors might get a little out of control. And then presentation, I think that's okay. I think it's pretty self-evident hero title, what that controls. Okay, so I think that's good for that field. So now let's create the text for those two paragraphs. And this is where we're going to change our field type to WYSIWYG. And let's call this hero text. And then again, the field name is hero with an underscore and then text. And I think that's pretty good. I'm going to say this one's required too. So I think those are set. So let's save our changes. So now we need to add the code for these two fields to our PHP file. So let's try to remember hero underscore title for the text and hero underscore text for the WYSIWYG. So I'm going to go back to VS Code, and because we're using a text field again, I think we can just copy the PHP code from our header, go back into our homepage PHP file, and I'm going to paste it in there. And then we'll change this to hero underscore title. Okay, so that's the hero title. So now the reason I wanted to use the WYSIWYG is that it lets us replace the paragraph tags as well as the text. And one thing that I'm realizing now is that we had added that class of large to the paragraphs, and we'll have to either add that class to the paragraphs in WordPress, or we'll have to adjust our styles to add the large styles to any of the hero text paragraph tags. So it's just one thing to keep in mind. But for now, let's delete what we have and go back to the ACF document site. And this is the WYSIWYG page. So let's copy that. And it looks like it's just the field. And we'll paste that in. And we need to change the field name to hero underscore text. So let's worry about that large class later on. Let's just reload the website and see if things look okay. So here's the hard-coded website. So nothing is happening. Why is that? Oh, it's because I didn't actually add the content into the homepage. Here we go. So hero title, we'll say coder, and then I'll add an exclamation point. And then hero text, let's copy the text that we had from our index.html file. So I'm going to just copy the actual text from the paragraph, because you can see by default it is adding a paragraph. So add that, press enter for a new paragraph, and let's go back and copy the second paragraph text. There we go. And when you're using a WYSIWYG, you do kind of want to check if you can the sort of raw code that it's going to output. So in here, the visual is what we're looking at now, and that shows you kind of the styles. But then let's click on the text, and it looks like it's adding, I think it's because I pressed Shift Control V for the first paragraph, so it pasted just the text without wrapping it in anything. But the second one I didn't press Shift. So let's see if this will fix it. Okay, so now let's press Enter, Shift Control V. And let's check. Oh, and now it does tell you down at the bottom here, it's a P tag. And if we look at the text tab, then it's good like this. So let's update. And let's reload our website. Hey, and now we have our styles. Now here's the paragraph tags, and we do want to add that large class so that it has the correct styles. So yeah, it needs to be bigger. All right, so what I think we're going to have to do is, instead of using the large helper class that we added to the paragraph tags, I'm going to make the large styles added to paragraph tags in the hero text. So let's go to our hero styles, and here is the hero text selector in the hero partial. So I think I'm just gonna add a paragraph here. And then here's where we want to add those large styles that we'd added in our typography styles. So let's go to typography.scss. And I believe that was the only place we added the large class. Let's just double check. Do Control F for large. And yeah, they were only added in the hero text styles. So let's copy that and paste it in. And I guess we don't need the large anymore, so we'll just delete this. And I guess since we're here, we might as well fix the small class as well. Let's see where this was used. So this was used in the projects text. Okay, so it's just using the projects text. So let's copy this. And then let's go to the projects SAS file in components. And then here we go, projects text, P, and we'll paste in the small styles. All right, so I think we can just delete this. There we go. So let's just reload, make sure. Okay, so the paragraph text did get larger. Let's go down to the projects, and it does seem to be using the font size from there. And, we don't need to worry about that class because that's just the hard-coded, which it'll remove when we update everything from WordPress. Okay, so I think we're good with these fields. All right, next let's get this hero image working. So let's go to WordPress and create the new field for our hero image. So I'm going to go to ACF, and then in the field groups, we're going to edit the Coderfolio field group. And in the fields, we're going to add a new field. And we're looking for an image type field. So let's look in the drop-down. And there is one under the content section, so let's select that. And we'll give it a label of hero image. So the field name is hero_image. And then there's a couple other settings that you can set for the image here. So one is the return format, and we're going to select the default of image array. This uses the regular WordPress function to display the image. And then under that is library, and we're going to also have the default setting for that of all, which means that you can use any media library image for this image, which I think is fine. And let's also make this required. All right, and I think we're fine with the other settings. So let's save. And now we have the hero image field. And let's go to our page editor for the home page. If we scroll down, now we can see the hero image down here at the bottom. All right, so I'm going to select Add Image, and you can drop in some files. So I have here the project folder for our static website, and the image folder is open. So this is the image that I wanted to use for the hero. So I'm just going to drag this over, and now it is uploaded, and we can add some alt text. I think I'm just going to use the alt text that we had from the static site. So gray cat sitting on desk. And we'll select that. Okay, so now it looks like the image is added to our page. So let's save our changes with the update button. And now our image is added. So the next step is to write the code to actually display the image on our website. So let's go to the ACF Docs site again. And we want to look for the image tag. And I think it's alphabetical order. So yeah, here it is. So here's the image. And we are looking for the code snippet that we can use. So we use display image. We use the array. So the reason that I did this is because the array returns additional info other than just the image URL. So it also gives you alt text, caption, and sizes. So I'm going to copy this whole thing. Then let's go back to VS Code. Okay, so here's the image tag. So I think I'm going to comment this out, and we'll just keep it around temporarily just for reference. But I'm going to paste in that code we got from the ACF site. All right, so in this PHP tag, we are first creating a variable image, and we're getting the value of the field. And for us, the field name is hero_image. Then there is an if conditional. So it's saying if the field is not empty, then we want to display the image code. So I think this seems pretty good for now. So let's save and let's see how our website looks. All right, so when I reloaded, the image is now loading, which is great. So that looks pretty much like what we wanted. So if I inspect the image in Firefox, we can see that the image tag is generated with the source, and we also have the alt text. However, one thing I'm noticing is that it doesn't have the width and height HTML attributes in the image tag. So I think we might want to add that. And that is part of the information that the image array gives you. So unfortunately, there's no example for the width or height fields as far as I can tell. This is a little bit different because it's using the WordPress stuff. So I'm going to show you how you can debug some PHP code. So in PHP, you can get information about a variable. For example, we want to get some info about, what fields we're getting back from WordPress when we're loading this image variable with the image information. So you can get info about a variable by using the print_r function. So I'm going to add this to our code just to test. So what's happening here is I want to get the value of the image variable after it gets loaded. So maybe we'll add this inside the if condition. So if it's not null, then do this. So what we can do is add another PHP tag. And in here, I'm going to echo, and this means that it's going to print to the screen, print_r. And then as a parameter, we want to set it to the image variable. So let's save that and let's check out what this looks like on the website. All right, so you can see there's a whole lot of code here. So what we want to do is we want to format this because it's like really messy right now. So what we can do is inside, I'm just going to add some extra lines so we don't get confused here. But what we can do is we can surround the PHP tag with pre, which means pre-formatted tags. So now this should format the JSON data from WordPress a little bit nicer. And there we go. So I'm going to try to zoom in so you can see better. So what I'm looking for here is the width and height attributes. And it looks like we do have here, might be hard to tell, but we have a width of 1200 and a height of 1010, which does seem to match what we had before. So what we can do is use those attributes and load them in the image tag. So we first have this alt attribute here. And then here at the end is a closing image tag. So I'm just going to add some more lines just to kind of keep things a little more organized. So I'm going to add the width and then height attributes, if I can type. And we can use the similar code snippet that the alt text was using. So I'm just going to copy that, paste it in, and we should change this to width. And then we can do the same thing for height. All right, so let's save that. And now, if we have the image, let's inspect it. And we can see that now we have the correct width and height attributes, which is what we want. The image seems to be working, so I'm just going to delete that pre-tag with the printr function since we don't need it anymore. And let's delete also the hard-coded image as well. All right, so one more time, let's check our website. And here we go. All right, so the hero section seems to be pretty good. So I think we can move on to the skills section. All right, so let's start by creating the skills ACF fields. So I'm going to go to ACF and then edit the Coderfolio field group. And now let's create some new fields. So add field. And the first field we want to do is the headline. So the H2 tag for the skills section. So we can create that as a text field. And let's make the label skills title. And let's make this required. And I think that should be pretty good for the skills title. All right, now that was the easy part. For the skills section, we have all of these different skills. So the idea is you'd want to be able to create skills and then add them to the skills section. So we need to figure out how to make that work in ACF. So one field that I think might work is, if we look through these different options, I think there's a bunch of choice fields, and I think the checkbox would work. And this should allow us to create different items, and then you can sort of check and select multiple ones. And if you're not sure what field type to use, you can sort of look through the list on the ACF docs and see what each of them does and figure out which one kind of fits your purposes. So let's check out the checkbox field. So in the description, the checkbox field creates a list of checkable inputs. You can see here, this is the example, colors, and then there's 3 colors, red, blue, and green. So that does kind of sound like what we would like to do. We'd like to have a bunch of skills and then have the ability to add and select whichever ones we want. So under the checkbox, let's call this skills, plural. And then here in the choices, let me just zoom in. Here in the choices section, it says enter each choice on a new line. And then for more control, you can specify both a value and the label like this, where the value is kind of the value in the database. And then the label is the sort of publicly facing display label. But I think I'm just going to use, the value, and that'll be what we display on the website. So if you're trying something and you're not 100% confident it's going to work, one thing you can do is, try and create this checkbox field, but you don't want to necessarily waste time adding like every single skill that we had on the website. So I'm just going to add a few of these choices and then make sure it works. And then if it works, then I'll add the rest of them in. So let's start with HTML, new line, CSS. Let's try Sass/SCSS and JavaScript. Okay, so I think that's good. For return value, we're just using values, so I'm just going to return value. And I think we're good on that. So let's save. Okay, so we got our skills title and our skills. So now let's go to our page editor. And here we go. Skills, we'll say skills. And let's select, I guess all of these. Okay, so now let's update. And the next thing we need to do is we need to update our code to display the skills fields. So I think for the text headline, we can copy from existing code that we have on the site. So I'm going to unfold the skills. And here's where we want to replace the skills text. So I'm just going to maybe take the H1 tag code and paste it in and update the hero title instead to say skills title. So let's just make sure this works. Seems to be working. Just for the heck of it, I'm going to change this in WordPress, add a bunch of Z's to the end, reload one more time, and it's working. Okay. So our H2 tag is working. So now we need to figure out the checkbox code, which is going to be a bit more complicated, I think. So on the ACF docs, on the checkbox page, let's go down here and look for the code that we want to use. So the first one says display value. Whoops. First one says display value. It demonstrates how to display the selected values in a comma delimited list. I'm not sure if we want to use that one. So let's keep going. Okay, so this might be what we want, display values in a list. And it says this example demonstrates how to display the selected values in an unordered list. And we're using a for each loop. And then for each of the items selected, it's going to display the value. So I think this is maybe more what we're looking for. So let's copy this whole thing and then we'll adjust it on our page. All right, so here is the skills page. Here's the title, and then all the skills are in the div skills tags. So I'm just going to comment out our hard-coded tags and let's paste in the code we got. And we want to update the code to match what we have. So we're not using colors, we're using skills. So maybe we'll change the name of that. And get field also was called skills. We need to update. So if there are skills, meaning if the variable is not empty or null, then it's going to loop through each of these. So I did not use an unordered list, but now that I think about it, it might be a good idea to put these as list items instead of divs. So let's use what we have here. So again, let's update skills. So what this is doing is for each item that is inside the skills group, we're going to loop through each one individually. So each individual item we want to name skill singular. And this is really, you can name these whatever you want, but I do think naming things is important so that you understand what is going on when you're just looking at the code. So each skills as skill, and we want to echo skill. There we go. Okay, so we'll probably have to make some style changes to make this work, but for now, let's try this out. So I'm going to reload. Okay, so this is working. HTML, CSS, Sass, and JavaScript is loading correctly. So now let's get the markup and then the styles working. So originally I had put each individual skill inside the skills tags div. So maybe what we can do is take this class and add it to the UL instead of having a div. So I'm going to delete this div, which means I need to make sure to delete the closing tag. So now everything is going to be inside this unordered list. And then we also want to add the class for the individual skill elements. So li skills tag. Okay, so that looks pretty good. So I'm pretty sure we're going to have to remove the bullet points and also remove some margin and padding from the unordered list tag. But let's just look at what we got here. Okay, so the tags are working, but yes, we do need to remove the bullets and we need to remove the extra padding that I think is, it's a browser default for unordered tags. So let's go back to our styles and want to get to our SAS files. Here, skills. So skills tags is the unordered list. So I'm going to set margin to 0 and padding to 0. And then skills tag singular is the list item. So maybe I'll just add this at the beginning. List style type, we want to set it to none, and that's what's going to remove the bullets. All right, so let's reload our site. All right, so this looks very good. So I think that these skills tags are working pretty well. So now we can add tags for the rest of the skills that we had. So we need to look at all these other tags that we had and copy and paste them over. So I'm just gonna go to ACF because that's where we're adding the actual items. So here's skills. Okay, let's just make this bigger. I might just copy the code and then paste everything in and then just delete what we got. I think it might be slightly less painful. I'm sure there's a much faster and smarter way of doing this, but okay, that's good enough for me. Save changes. Now let's go back to our page and add the other skills. I don't think you can select, yeah, you can't select multiple. Okay. And let's save and let's check out what we got. Hey, this looks pretty good. All right, so I think the skills section is all set. So next up, we're going to do the project section, and that is going to be a little more complicated, I think. All right, so for the projects, it's kind of like the skills section because we do have, multiple items that have the same markup and styles, but it's a lot more complicated because of the skills because we have a lot of different kinds of data for each project. The skills only has, one text string for each item. Whereas for the projects, each project has an image, and then it has a title, a paragraph, and then 2 button links. So the approach that I think makes the most sense for creating the projects in WordPress is to create a custom post type for these. So it's kind of like how we created a custom page template for our Coderfolio homepage. However, when we create our custom post type, it's actually going to show up in the left sidebar under the name of whatever type we named it with. And then we'll be able to add a custom set of ACF fields to those custom posts, just like we did for our homepage fields. Now, fortunately, ACF does let you create custom post types. So in the left sidebar under ACF, under field groups, there is a post types option. So let's go there. All right, so under post types, I'm going to add new. And this label is what we want to show up in the left sidebar when we create this custom post type. So I'm going to call this portfolio projects. You can see I actually did that already when I was testing this out. And then singular is going to be portfolio project singular. And then it gives you a key, which is kind of like the unique ID called portfolio-project. All right, now for taxonomies, what we want to do is we want to decide what kind of post it is. We're going to select format to make these a different kind of posts than the regular posts, which are basically just blog posts. And then we want to leave it as public. And we do want to make some changes in the advanced configuration. So let's select that. All right, so in the General tab, under the Support section, this lets you control what fields show up in that post editor screen. So I really only want the title and then maybe the main editor field. That's sort of the body text that we had. And we'll use those for our portfolio project, but I don't want any of these other ones. So let's just uncheck those. So I think that's good for the supports. And then let's go to visibility, and we want to set a custom icon. So you can see the posts has this thumbtack icon on the left here, and that's kind of the default icon for these custom post types, but we want to select a different icon just to make it sort of easier to differentiate when you're looking at the sidebar. So here under menu icon, let's try typing portfolio. And there's a folder here with handles, which I think works for me. All right, so let's save changes. And now you can see in the left sidebar, the portfolio projects have been created. So right now, the portfolio project posts only have the title and that main body editor field. So now we want to create the ACF fields that will be added to those custom posts. All right, so let's look at the website to refresh ourselves and figure out which ACF fields we need to add for these portfolio projects. So each project has an image, so we'll have to add an image field. Then for the title, we can just use the post title because that is there already. And then for the paragraph, I think we can use that default editor field. And then the other part is for these buttons. So each button has button text and then it also has the URL link. So we are going to have to add fields for that. All right, so in WordPress, let's go to ACF. And in the field groups, we want to create a new field group for these portfolio projects. You know, we don't want to add on to the Coderfolio field group because that's going to add those fields to the home page, which we don't want. Because we're going to be adding the custom posts to the home page in a different way. So I'm going to click Add New, and let's call this Portfolio Project. And we'll start adding our fields. So the first field was the project image. So let's change this to an image. And I'll call this project image. And you know, we'll maybe make this required. And then again, we'll use the image array and all. Okay, so I think that's good for the image. All right, for the next one, we want to add the fields for the website and the GitHub buttons. So what I think I might do is create 2 fields for each button. So for this first one, which was, I think, the website link, this is going to be the button text. So let's say website button text. And that's good. And I'm not going to make this required because what I think I'm going to do is add some logic so that if the button fields are blank, then they just won't display the buttons. So then it's not required. So let's save that. And then we'll add a new field. And this is going to be for the website URL. And we actually want to use this URL field. And let's call it website button link. There we go. I'm going to save that. And then we'll just basically do the same thing for the GitHub one. I'm just going to type it in. So GitHub button text. And then GitHub button link. And again, this is the URL field. Okay, so I think that's pretty good. All right, so now that we have our field group set, now we need to add the field group to the custom post type for the portfolio projects. So on the field group settings, we're going to go down to the settings panel. And then for the location rules, we want to show this field group if post type, and we'll leave it as post type, is equal to. And now we can select portfolio project. There we go. All right, so now let's go to portfolio projects and we can add a new portfolio project post. So we're going to start with the first project. So I'm just going to copy what we got here. So this is going to be the title, cats in space. And then in the main editor, we're going to paste in that paragraph. And let's make sure that we do Shift Control V. And let's just double check the text tab. So that looks good, it's clean. And then we need to add the ACF fields. So the first one for the project image, let's add an image. And I'm going to open up the File Explorer folder that we had for the static website. And I'm just going to select all the project images and upload them all at the same time. Let's add the alt text. So let's go back to our code, and I guess I can just delete the comment we had for the skills section. Okay, so here's the project, and I'm going to copy the alt text we had and add it to the cats in space. And I guess we'll just change the title. Oops, there we go. And then we want to go to the second project. And a giant hamburger. And then we'll call this one, what was it called? Bon Voyage Burgers. And then the third one, Wander Wise. Or actually we need the alt text, sorry. Here we go. Alt text and then Wander Wise. Okay, so kind of saves it automatically. So now let's select the image we want and we will add it in. So now you can see it's showing up. Okay, so everything else looks good. Now we want to add the website button text. I'm going to say website, which now that I think about it, I probably could add that as a default under ACF. So maybe let's go back and do that because that kind of makes sense to me. And then you can change it if you want. So let's edit our portfolio project field group and the website button text. Default value will be website. And then we'll do the same for the GitHub button text. We'll say GitHub. All right, so let's go back to our cats in space project. So I guess it only adds a default field when you create a new item. So we'll just say GitHub. And for the URL field, you can't just add, you know, a slash or a blank. It needs to be a full URL. So I'm going to say https example.com for both of them. Okay, so that looks pretty good. So let's update. And one thing I realized that I forgot, I need to add a field for the projects, the section title, the H2 tag. So let's go to the Coderfolio fields. And under skills, we'll add a new field. This will be text, and we'll call this projects title. There we go. Okay. So let's save that. All right, so now we need to wire up the new WordPress content and the ACF fields into our PHP. So in VS Code, let's go up to the beginning of the projects section, which is here. And we want to add the code for the H2 tag. So I'm going to copy it from the skills section, and let's clean this code up a little bit. So I'm going to copy the PHP tag and then paste it into projects. And then instead of skills title, we'll say projects title. So let's just make sure that's working. Oh, and it's blank because we didn't add the value in our page. Here we go. So way down at the bottom, projects. Okay. So now when we reload, we have the projects. All right, so now we have the more complicated part. So what we want to do is load all the portfolio project data from WordPress, and then we want to generate the HTML for each project item, as well as loading the ACF fields for each individual project. So how do we get the projects to load in our homepage? Well, we can actually do this with another ACF field called the relationship field. So in the ACF website, let's go to the docs for the relationship field. And this tells us that we can use it to select one or more posts, pages, or custom post types. And that's pretty much what we want. We want to be able to pick from the custom post types for our portfolio projects. And you can kind of see what this looks like. And this is kind of an example of what it might look like on the homepage. It lets you select the available post from the left side, and then when you select them, it'll move it to the right side. So let's add that to the Coderfolio homepage, which we have here. We need to add it to the Coderfolio homepage in ACF. So let's go to ACF, and then Coderfolio field group, and then we want to add a new field. And field type, let's just type in relationship. There we go. And I'm going to call this projects. Okay. Now there are some additional settings for this relationship field. So this lets us filter by post type, post status, and then taxonomy, which is categories or tags in WordPress. So we want to filter by post type because we only want to show portfolio projects in the available list. So we'll select portfolio project and we'll leave the other fields blank. And I'm going to uncheck all of these filters because we just want to only have the portfolio projects. Okay, and then we'll return the post object because that'll give us all the data from each of those posts. Actually, now that I think about it, for filter by post status, let's only have published posts available. So this will give you the capability for, let's say you have, multiple projects, but then you decide you don't want to show all of them. Instead of having to delete the one you don't want, you can just unpublish it back to a draft and then it won't show up. So I think that's good enough. Okay, so let's save our changes. And now let's go back to the page editor for our Coderfolio homepage. And here is our projects. And right now we only have the one cats in space project. So let's select that. So now it's moved to the right. And let's save our changes. All right, now we need to write the code in our homepage PHP to display the portfolio projects. So here in the ACF relationship doc page, let's find the example code that we can use. So I'm going to use the first example that they have here, display list of posts with setup post data. And this uses the WordPress function setup post data to get the data about the post. And that way we don't have to explicitly load each field from the post as a new variable. So it's just a little bit less code to write. And to compare, you can see here's the example display list of posts without setup post data. And you can see that we have to create a variable for each of the fields. So I think it's maybe just a little bit less work to use this version. So I'm going to copy the code example. Let's go back to VS Code. And we want to paste it in our projects section. So that's here. It's going to add some space. And I'm also going to, I think, comment out the hard-coded projects. There we go. Okay, then paste in the sample code. Okay, so now we need to update to get the correct field, and that's called projects. And then for featured posts, I guess we can rename this to be projects. But it does say that the variable has to be named post, so we'll leave these instances of post as the same thing. Okay, so what this code is saying is that it's getting the projects field from ACF, and then if there are any projects, meaning it's not empty, then it's going to loop through each of the projects that have been selected, and then it's going to get the post data for each of those custom posts. And then it's going to generate some code, it's going to generate this LI code with a link and then a span, and then it's going to end the for loop. And then it says reset the global post object so that the rest of the page works correctly, because the global post object is originally it's going to be the home page. So we've kind of changed it inside this loop. Okay, so let's get rid of the code that we don't need. So we don't want the UL tag. So I'm going to delete the opening and closing ones. And then I think we also don't want the LI tag. Then out of this code that we have here, we do want to keep the PHP code that's loading the title because we are using the title field. So I'm just going to actually select the PHP tag itself, and then I'm going to, move it up here just to kind of get it out of the way so we don't accidentally delete it. And then I think we can just delete everything else that we got here because we don't need those other things. All right, so the next step is to integrate our hard-coded HTML into this PHP code. So I'm going to get this project's item, which I believe is this first one. And then I'm going to, I guess, move it up there. So I know these things are getting a little bit messy, so we'll just try to stay organized as much as we can. All right, so div class projects item, and we know that we're using the title field for the H3 tag. So let's just move that in here. There we go. All right, and then the next thing is the post content. And we can load that with the WordPress, the _ content function, kind of in the same way as we're loading the title there. So I'm going to copy the PHP, the title tag, and I'm going to have it replace the entire paragraph tag, including the paragraph HTML markup, because this is a WYSIWYG field, so it's going to include the paragraph tag automatically. And then instead of the title, we're going to make it load the content, which will load that default editor field. Okay, so that's the text. Now we do need to load the image. And we did load an image earlier in the website in the hero section, so I'm going to copy that. So here's the hero image. Clean this up a little bit. And I'm going to copy the entire PHP tag that we used. And then think we can, let's just comment this out because we might need to use it for reference. And I'm going to paste in the code. And we need to update the field. And I think it's project image, but let's go back and check. So I'm going to go to ACF and then edit the portfolio project field. All right, so here it says project image. So if you forget, you can always go back to WordPress to get the correct field name. So there we go, project image. I'm trying to remember if we need to make this a different variable because we are using that image variable in the hero section. So I'm not sure, but maybe just for the sake of clarity, we'll say project image. I'll use camel case. So we'll have to replace, there we go. Okay, so I think we got all the fields set and we need to add the class. So I'll add the class here. Okay, let's just check the website to see if the image is loading. So if we reload, oh, the image is loading, yay. And it looks like the text fields are loading as well, which is awesome. Okay, so the image is working, so let's delete the hard-coded image code. And the last thing we need to do is handle the buttons. So let's first get the button text for the website. So I think I can just copy the H2 tag. And then in website, replace that with the field, which should be, if we go back and reference, website button text. There we go. And then I guess since we're here, we might as well just copy this and add it to the GitHub button. And this one, I'm pretty sure was called GitHub button text. Okay, let's make sure these work. So I'm going to go to the Coderfolio page. I'm sorry, I'm going to go to the project because the content here is in the portfolio project for Cats in Space. And let's just add some Z's to make sure it's different and update. Okay, so now let's reload. And it looks like the buttons are updating, which is great. Okay, next we need to load the URL for the buttons. And we haven't used the URL field yet, so let's go to the documentation and look for URL field. And let's get the code snippet. Okay, so here's an anchor link. href is set to this inside the PHP tag. So let's copy that. And in the href for the button primary, we'll add that. Let's just add a space so we have a little bit of space. And this is going to be website button link. So I think that should be good. Let's copy, paste this into the GitHub button. Oh, I think it's button link, not links. Okay, so let's save and let's reload our website. And let's check the URL. So I don't know if you can see that it's really small, but it is going to example.com. They're both going to example.com, which is great. Okay, so earlier I'd said that I want to add some logic where each of the buttons will only show up if there is an actual, value. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use some similar logic that we have used for images, and where the image, it is checking if the project image field has a value. We're going to change that to, I think, the button text field. So what we want to do is, trying to figure out the least messy way of doing this. What we want to do is we want to copy this first part with the variable for the image field and then the if statement. And then we want to make sure that we have the end if statement below it. So let's just copy the first part. And this is going to be for the website button. So I'll paste that in there. And then we need to, where is it? Here we go. Copy the end if code and then add it after the anchor link. So let's save to prettify it. And I'm probably going to change the variable. So we'll say website link. And we want to get the field, or rather website text. And this is for the button text field. So that's going to be website button text. And then update the variable name. Okay, so what's happening here is we're checking the website button text field, saving it to this website text variable. Then we're checking if the website text is not empty, then it is going to load the anchor link. Otherwise, it's just going to be blank. So let's save this and let's go to our website and check if it's working. So the website button looks correct. Now let's go into WordPress and delete the button text and see if that makes the button disappear. Okay, so here's the portfolio project. I'm going to delete the button text, update, and then reload. Hey, and our website button is not there anymore. So we can do the same thing for the GitHub button. So I'm going to copy that first section of code, paste it in for the GitHub button, copy the end if logic, paste it in, and then save that. So we'll change this to GitHub. Okay, and then we want to change the field that it's checking to GitHub as well. Oops, GitHub. GitHub. Okay, so everything looks good. Let's reload the website. So GitHub is there. So now let's go and delete the GitHub button text and update. And then reload, and the buttons are both gone, which is pretty awesome. All right, so let's put these back. Okay, button text is back. Click update, reload the site, and the buttons are back, and everything seems to be working. Okay, so this project seems to be working fine. So now we can go back into WordPress and add the other two portfolio projects. So in WordPress, I'm going to go to Portfolio Projects and click Add New. And we want to add the second project. This one was called Bon Voyage Burgers. And we want to copy over. Oh gosh, did I delete all this? Oh, here we go. Let's copy the text inside the paragraph tag and paste it in. Oh yeah. There we go. Control Shift V. Okay, and then project image. And we already added these to the media library, which is great. Select that. And then again, we just want to say HTTPS example.com for both to make sure they show up. Okay, so that looks pretty good. So publish, and then let's create the third one. So click Add New again. And what was that third one called? Wanderwise. Paste it in, and then paste in the paragraph. And then let's set the button links again. Oh, and then add image. We'll select the image. Cool. Looks pretty good. So we'll publish. So we created the portfolio projects, but in order for them to show up on the website, we need to add them in the Coderfolio homepage in that relationship field. So here we go. So now you can see the other ones are showing up, which is pretty awesome. And one cool thing about this is you can actually remove them if you select that minus sign. You can also move them around if you want. So it's just a pretty cool field. So let's click update. And now, moment of truth. If we reload, there we go. So all the content seems to be loading pretty well. All right, so I think we're good on the project section. So let's go back to VS Code and just clean up the code and, get rid of these commented out things. And maybe get rid of some of the extra spaces now that we know this all works. There we go. Okay. Okay. Looks pretty good. So one thing that I'm thinking is that if we wanted to add some additional capability, we could only generate the markup for the project section tag if there's any projects. So we basically would want to move everything inside this if projects statement. So let's do that, because I think it just makes it a little bit more customizable. So if you don't have projects, you can still, use this WordPress theme, but then it just won't show up projects until they actually get added. So that, and then we also want to move the closing tags inside the end if tag at the very bottom. So this closing section tag. So that way, if the projects are not there, it's not going to have just this random closing section tag by itself, because I think that'll probably mess up how the website looks. Okay, so let's test this and make sure it works if we remove the projects from the Coderfolio page. So if we go down to projects, I'll just remove, there we go, remove them all, save it again, and then let's reload. Okay, so now we're going straight from skills to get in touch, which is what we want, and the website's not messed up. So it looks good. So I'm going to add these back in. There we go. And now that I think about it, we can probably use a similar logic for the skills section. So if you don't have skills added, then it's not going to generate any of the skills markup. So here, if skills. So we'll add a little bit of space there, and then we'll select the section tag, H2 tag, and then move the closing section tag inside the end if, the if condition. There we go. So now, let's just make sure nothing's broken. It looks good. So now we can test this by going to the skills section and unchecking all the skills checkboxes. And then let's save. So now let's reload. And it's going straight from the hero section to the project section. So I think that looks pretty good. All right, so now we just need to check all these boxes again. It's a little bit annoying. There we go. And we'll save, reload our website, and the skills are back. All right, so we're done with the project section. The next one is going to be the last get in touch section. All right, so for the last section of the website, the contact section, let's look at our website and check out what we have right now with the hard-coded content to figure out what we want to build in WordPress. So we have our H2 tag, which we'll add the same way we had for the other section titles. And then we have a set of links. And each link has an icon, then it has some text, and then it has, the link URL. The first link is an email link, and then the other two are website links. So to figure out how we want to add the links, normally I would use the ACF repeater field for this, and let me show you what that looks like. So under the ACF field types on their docs, we're looking for here, the repeater. And the reason that the repeater field is really useful is because it lets you create a group of fields as the repeater item. And then for each item, you can select the different fields. So you can see here we have 3 items, each one in their own row, and they each have the same set of fields. And that's pretty much what we want. Unfortunately, this is a paid version. This is a paid field with ACF Pro, and I am trying to stick to the free version of ACF so you don't have to spend money on it. So if I had Pro, this would be definitely the best option. But for the free version that we're trying to work with here, we're going to do a workaround by adding another custom post type, basically the same way as we did with the projects. So let's go to WordPress, and we're going to create our custom post type again in ACF. So in ACF, we'll select post types, and we'll say add new. And this one we're going to call contact links, plural, and then singular, contact link, singular. And then the post type key is going to be contact dash link. And I don't know if we need to set the taxonomy thing like we did before. Let's try leaving that blank. And we are going to leave it as public. And we do want to turn on the advanced configuration. And for the supports fields, we want to keep the title because every custom post I think needs a title. And then let's uncheck the other fields. Okay, so that's good. Now let's do the custom icon like we did for the portfolio projects. And I'm going to type in link, and we'll just select the first link icon here. All right, so let's save our changes. And now you can see in the left sidebar, we have the new contact links custom post type. So we have the post type created. Now let's create the fields for the contact links. So back in ACF, let's go to field groups, and we'll add new. And I'll call this field group contact links. Okay, so in the fields, we want the first one to be that icon image. So let's change this default text field to an image field. There we go. And I'm going to call this contact icon. And we'll use image array and allow all images to be selected for this. Save. Now the next one is going to be the text contact for the link that you can read on the site. So let's add field. We'll use the default text field type, contact text. Oh yeah, we should also make these required. So we'll make the text required. Let's also make the icon required. Save our changes. All right, so now we want to add the actual links. And this is a little tricky because the first link on the website is an email address and the other 2 are website URLs. So ACF does have an email field, and then it has the URL field that we used for the portfolio project links. Now, unfortunately, we can't just use the URL field for all of them because email links start with mail to, and URL links need to start with the HTTPS protocol. So what we're going to have to do is add both an email field and a URL field. So let's start adding that. So this first one's going to be email, and we'll call this contact email. And I'm going to make this required. And then let's just save and then add our URL field for contact URL. And let's make this also required. Now, there is a slight problem here in terms of user design, and that is if you have both the contact email and the contact URL fields, this could potentially confuse the user, and they might think they need to fill out both of them, which obviously is not the case. Fortunately, ACF does have some conditional logic that we can add to add kind of like a controller field. So for example, we can add a drop-down menu, and it lets you select which type of link, email or website URL. And then whichever one you select, then the text field, or rather the email field or the URL field will show up. So let me add this control and then you can see how it looks. So for this field, we're going to make this a select field under the choice fields. So I'm going to call this link type. And then under choices, this is kind of like the check boxes that we had for the skills section. So let's add the first type. We'll say email link and then website link. Okay, and then we'll use value. We don't want to allow them to select multiple, and we should probably make this required. Okay, so now let's save changes. So here's a link type field. I'm actually going to scoot this up before the email and URL fields. So now we can add some conditional logic to these fields. So under contact email, we'll turn on conditional logic, show this field if link type, and that's the dropdown we just created, value is equal to email link. And then we'll do the same thing for contact URL. Under conditional logic, we'll turn it on. Show this field if link type value is equal to website link. All right, so that's going to make it easier when we're entering content for the contact link. Okay, so I think we're good for our field group. Now let's add this field group to our new contact links post type. So under settings, location rules, show this field group if post type is equal to contact link. And then let's save our changes. All right, so now let's add the contact fields to the homepage fields. So under ACF, let's go to field groups, and we want to go to the Coderfolio fields, and let's start by adding the H2 tag field. So text, and then we'll call this contact title, basically like what we did with the other titles. Save our changes, and now we need to add a relationship field for the contact links, similar to how we added the portfolio projects. So add field, and I'll just type in relationship, and let's call this contact links. Okay, so we do want to filter by post type, and we only want to be able to select contact link posts. And let's also select only published versions. And I'm going to uncheck these, and we want to return the post object so that we get all the post data as well. Okay, so I think that's good. So let's save our changes. All right, so now let's see how the contact links look. So in the sidebar, I'm going to go to contact links and add new contact link, and we can see our contact fields. So I'm going to call this email, and let's start adding the email link info. For contact icon, I'm going to click add image, and we want to add the envelope SVG. So I have the folder with the static files, and I'm going to drag over the icon envelope SVG. Unfortunately, we have an error here, and this is because WordPress by default does not support SVG files in the media library. Fortunately, there is a plugin that does add SVG support to WordPress, so let's add that to our site. So I'm going to save our draft, and we'll come back to that later. And let's go to the plugin section and select add new plugin. And we want to search for SVG. All right, the one we want is this first one, SVG support. It has over 1 million active installations. So let's install that. And once it's installed, click to activate it. Now, if we hover over the settings in the sidebar, we can go to the SVG support settings. So what this plugin does is it lets you upload SVG files to the WordPress media library and insert them into the website as images. But it also lets you convert the SVG images into inline SVGs, so they're not just loading the path to the SVG file in an image tag. And we do want to use inline SVGs in order to be able to change the color of the SVG icon when you hover over it, which is what we did in our static site. So in our settings, we want to scroll down and we want to make sure that Enable Advanced Mode is checked. So if this is not checked, you do want to check that box. And then in the advanced section, because we want to convert image tags with SVG files into inline SVGs automatically, we want to also check this box to automatically insert the class. So this means that if we add an image to our WordPress content that is an SVG file, the plugin is going to add the CSS class, which by default is style-svg, and then it's going to convert that image into the inline SVG. So we'll just use the defaults in terms of the class name that the plugin has. So let's save changes. And now let's go to our media library and let's try uploading all the SVG files. So we'll select all three, drag them over, and it looks like they're here. There's no preview, but if I click on one of these, you can see this one says icon and envelope SVG. So I think that they worked correctly. All right, so now that we have our SVGs, let's go back to the contact links, and we want to edit our email link that we had started working on. So for contact icon, we'll click add image, and we want to make sure we're selecting the correct image here. So you can see this one does say icon envelope, and we will select it. And I think that seems to be working. Then for contact text, this is the text that will be displayed on the website. So I'm going to type in a test email, coder@email.com. Then for the link type, we do want the email link. And for contact email, we'll do the same thing, coder@email.com. Okay, so that looks good. Now let's click publish. Okay, so we have our first contact link. So let's make sure everything is wired up. So let's go to our pages and go to the Coderfolio homepage. And then if we go down to the bottom, we have our contact fields. So we have the contact links relationship field, and we have our email contact link that we created. And let's also add our contact title since we're here. Get in touch. And let's save our changes. All right, so we should have everything set in WordPress, so we can start working on the code to display the links on the actual website. Now, if you remember, we had used a relationship field for the contact links to display them on the homepage, and it's the same approach we'd done with a project. So I'm going to see if I can reuse some of the code from our project's code. So let's see what we got here. All right, so the first thing for the projects was we added a get field and then an if statement to check if the field exists. So let's try maybe copying that. And then we'll have to also copy that end if tag here. So for projects, that was added before the actual section tag. So here's the contact section tag. So I'm going to add that in there and then select the end if tag and then add it after the closing section tag. There we go. So that's good. And I guess we can update the field name while we're here. So instead of projects, we want contact links, I believe is what it was called. So contact_links. And let's rename this as well. I'll say contact links. Contact links. Okay. So this right now is just for the outer checking for the contact links relationship field. Then if there are items in the relationship field, then it's going to generate the section tag. And then we need to add logic to display the H2 tag value and then also loop through each of the individual items. So let's get the code for the H2 tag since we have the same thing for the contact title. So in here, I'm going to paste it in, and then we need to update the field name to contact title. Okay, so that's good. And then here's where we're adding the for each code. So I'm going to get the opening PHP tag, and then this setup post data function. And this comes before the markup for the individual item. So the individual item for our contact links is going to be the li tags. So let's delete the other two li tags and just leave the first one. And then in the ul tag, I'm going to add that code. And let's get the ending tags as well. So up here after the item code is the end for each, and then the reset post data. And that goes before the closing tags for what we had outside the loop. So we want that to go after this li tag markup. And then the closing ul and the closing section tags are going to be outside of the for each loop. Okay, so let's save to prettify. Okay, so I think we got the basic, getting the contact links field loading and then getting our for each loop. So now we need to load the contact item data from WordPress. All right, so the three things that we need to connect to WordPress are going to be the href link in the anchor tag, and that's going to be either the email or the website link, depending on what was selected in the link type dropdown. Then we need to load the SVG image, and then we need to load the link text. So let's start with the href link. And this is going to be a little bit complicated because we need to add logic based on what link type was selected in that dropdown. Now, when you're building something that is a little bit complicated and has multiple steps, what I try to do is I try to break it down into smaller steps. So for this link, let's start by getting the value of the link type dropdown first and just displaying that to make sure that the logic is working. Even though, we don't ultimately want the value displayed, we just want to make sure that we know that it's working before we write additional code that's kind of dependent on that link type data. So let's go to the ACF docs to get code example for displaying a select value from ACF. So in the ACF docs, let's look in the right sidebar for the select field, which is there. And let's scroll down to the code examples. Okay. So we just want to display a single selected value because we only allowed one value to get selected. So, oops, this one should work fine. So I'm going to copy the PHP tag code from the example. And then in VS Code, I'm going to paste it inside the for each loop. So we do want to have it inside the for each loop, maybe just before the list item itself. And then we want to update the field name to be link type. So it will load the link type value from WordPress. So let's save our changes and then check the website to see if, this is working correctly. So on our web page, here's the Get in Touch section. So let's reload. And it looks like I need to update this. We don't want to load projects. We want to load contact links. So let's copy, paste that over, and save. All right, so on our website, now we can see email link is loading, which does tell us that the link type is successfully getting displayed. So now we can write code that's going to display either the contact email or the contact website URL. Okay, so again, this is a little complicated. So to make it easier on myself, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write some temporary comments in our PHP code to map out what I want to happen. And I do this just to help myself think through all the steps and make sure that I'm not forgetting anything important when I'm writing the code. So let's add this after our link type display. And let's add a new PHP tag. So what I'm going to write is comment with 2 forward slashes, and I'm going to say check a link type and return either contact email or contact URL. So this is just telling us what we want to happen. So next, we're going to have to use an if-else statement to handle this logic of, checking a link type and returning either contact email or contact URL. So the way we can do this is I'm going to enter. So we're still inside the PHP code here. I'm going to write if, and then in parentheses, and then a set of curly brackets. And this is how we write if-else statements in PHP. So inside the curly brackets, I'm going to write another comment and say if link type is email, return contact email. And then after the closing curly bracket on the next line, I'm going to write else if, and then parentheses with another set of curly brackets. And in this one, I'll write another comment saying if link type is website, return contact URL. All right, so that's our plan for what we need to write as far as our condition. So now we can go back and write the actual code that we've planned out here with the comments. So the first if condition is going to be if the link type is email. And as we knew earlier, the link type is a select field. So let's go back to the ACF docs for the select field and look for some code example. So this is actually pretty helpful. There's a conditional field. So, we often use these select drop downs for conditions. So it says, this example demonstrates how to use a selected value to conditionally perform a task. So in this case, the conditional is checking to see if red matches the selected option. And this is basically what we're trying to do here with our if statement. So basically, let's just copy this and we'll add this to the parentheses that we have already in our PHP code. So if get field, and we want to use link type, equals, and let's double check what value we have for the link type select box. So I'm going to go back to ACF and go to the contact links field group. And here's link type. So let's expand that again. All right, so these are the values. So email link and website link. So let's copy email link and we'll paste it in there. All right, so now if this statement is true, it's going to run the code inside this first set of curly brackets. So if the link type is email link, we want to return the value of the contact email field. So what I'm going to do is create a variable in here called $, which is how PHP denotes variables, link. And I'm going to set it equal to the contact email field value. And again, we're going to get some code from ACF to see how to get the value for an email field. So if we go back up here, here's the email field documentation page. So I think I'm going to use the second example because the first one, it's displaying the field. The second one, it seems to be using some code to clean the output with the escape URL function. And it's also using this anti-spam bot thing. I think that's a little bit obsolete. It basically converts the email symbols into like HTML code so that it seems less likely to get hacked, but I don't think that really works anymore. So maybe let's just use the escape URL function. And then we'll remove the anti-spam bot stuff. So let's copy this tag here. And this is going to go in our code. Actually, we don't want the PHP tag. So I'm going to copy the escape URL. And we want 1, 2, 3 sets of parentheses. There we go. So link there. And let's remove the anti-spam bot code. Okay, and they're using curly quotes here, which will definitely cause an error. So let's change those to straight quotes. Okay. I think that looks okay to me. So we're just using the escape URL function there. Okay, so I think this is actually the same field name that we used for our email field, but let's double check. Contact email. Yeah, so I think that's the same field name. So we'll just keep using that. Okay, so I think this should be good for our email link. So now let's write the code for the condition if the link type is website. So I'm actually going to copy what we have in the parentheses for the first one, paste it in here, and then change this to be website link, which I believe is what we had for the website. Yeah, so website link. Website link, okay. And we're going to do a similar thing to what we did in the email. So we're going to have the link variable and set it equal to, and then we want to load the URL field. So let's go back to the docs, as always, and go to the URL field here. And let's go to the code example. Here we go. So I think we, again, just need the escape attribute function to clean it and then get the field. So we'll just copy that section, paste it in, add a semicolon, and then we want to load the name of the URL field. So let's go back to a CF contact URL and then paste it in. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to save our changes. And I think that should be it for the if-else condition code. So now we have this link variable that we created, and it's going to be set either to the email URL or to the website URL. So what we want to do next is we want to use this link variable and set it as the value for the href link down here. Now, to display the variable, it requires PHP code. So because we're in the HTML code right now, we need to add a PHP tag. So I'm going to add a new PHP tag and then closing tag. And then we can display our variable. And the way you display something in PHP is you use echo, and then we can type in the name of the variable. And because we already escaped, attribute and escape URL to create the variable name, I think we don't need to do that again here. So we can just straight up display the link variable value. Okay, so let's save our changes and let's see if the href works. So back on the site, I'm going to reload, I'm going to hover over here, and it does say mail to coder@email.com. I don't know if you can see that, but it is working, which is awesome. Okay, so we added the code for the link href, And next we need to display the image icon. So let's go to our hard-coded SVG, and I'm going to delete the SVG code here. We do have a class here, so maybe I'll just comment it out so that we can remember what the class is. Okay, so now we want to load our icon image. And let's just double check the name of the image field. It was contact icon. And then we had it return an image array. And this is basically like what we've done with the other images. So let's go to the ACF docs for the image. Go down to the code examples and display image array. So, once again, we're just going to copy this code and then paste it in after the opening anchor tag, save to prettify it, and then let's update the field name to be contact icon. Now let's just see if the SVG image gets loaded with our PHP code here. So I'm going to reload the website, and it looks like it's working. Let's check here. So now you can see that we have the SVG icon loading with the image tags. That does tell us that the WordPress code is working. However, you can see the image color is not changing because it's not an inline SVG anymore, which is fine. We're going to work on that. Now, the reason it didn't get converted to an inline SVG is because it didn't have that special class on the image tag. So I think we can add that ourselves here. So we'll add class equals, and it was called style-svg. So let's save that and go back to our website and reload. So now the image is now an inline SVG, and it has the SVG, the style SVG class, which is what we wanted. It looks like the transition is a little bit different here. So I think it's because we need that other class, the contact icon class. I'm not sure if this is going to work, but I'm just going to try to copy this and add it here and see if the class kind of goes over. Let's try that. And it did. The contact icon class did get ported over. So now the transition speed is the same on the icon versus the text. So, okay, pretty awesome. All right, so the icon's working. And the next thing we need to do is wire up the text of the link. So let's go here. Let's delete the SVG code because we don't need that anymore. And we need to update this to be the text. So since we used a text field for the H2 class, I'm going to copy the code over, and then I'm going to paste it in and update the name. And let's remember what it was, contact text. There we go. So I'll paste that in and we'll save. Now on the website, yep, looks like it's working. Cool. So I'm going to delete that extra link type code that we had added. So I think it looks like the code for the contact link is working. We do want to add the other two contact links, especially we want to check to make sure that the website URL logic works. So let's go back to WordPress. I'm going to go to the contact links, and let's create a new contact link. I'm going to call this Twitter. And then let's add the contact icon. And yeah, icon Twitter x SVG. We'll select that. And then for the text, I'll write Twitter/X. And then here we're going to have the website link be the link type. And then, let's add a HTTPS link and we'll say twitter.com. And that should be good. So let's publish. And since we're here, let's create the last one. So this is going to be GitHub. And icon GitHub. And we'll say GitHub. Make the link type a website link. And make the URL https www.github.com. All right, so let's publish that. So we created the other two contact links, but we do need to add them on the homepage. So let's go back to our homepage, Coderfolio, edit that, and then we want to go all the way down to the contact section. So I'm going to select Twitter and then GitHub. All right, looks good. Let's update. All right, moment of truth. Let's go back to a website and reload it. And it looks like the links are all working. And if I hover over the Twitter X link, yeah, the href is correct, www.twitter.com. And then GitHub seems to be working as well. Yeah, github.com. Awesome. All right, so the contact section seems to be working. So let's go back to VS Code and clean up the code and remove things that we don't really need anymore. So I'm going to go back to the PHP code that we created for that link type logic. And I'm going to delete the comments because we don't need it anymore because everything has been written. So let's save that, maybe delete some of the extra lines here. Okay, so I think this looks pretty good. And let's refresh, just make sure we didn't break anything. All right, so that was the last section of the website. Looks like this is pretty solid. Awesome. So I think we are good for our local custom WordPress theme. All right, so we have our custom WordPress theme that we built on our local WordPress install. Next, we're going to take that local site and migrate it up onto our SiteGround staging site. So let's go back into SiteGround, and in the site tools for our website, in the WordPress section, go to the staging tool. So if you have multiple websites, just make sure you have the correct website selected up here in the dropdown. And then you want to fill in the name for the staging site. I'm just going to be very basic and say staging. And then click create. And if you see this error message, you can include it or you don't want to. I might just include it. All right, so we've created our staging site. And this message here, it says, we recommend you password protect your staging sites so that visitors that you don't want to won't be able to access this site because usually staging sites are, private. So if you want to, you can protect the URLs for the staging site. And then if you click that button, that will bring you to the protected URLs, which is under the security section. And again, if you want, you can create a user and password to access the staging site that we created here. All right, so going back to our staging site, let's go into the WordPress admin for that staging site. So this is basically a clone of the production site that we just created. And what I want to do in order to migrate from local WP up to the staging site is I need to add a plugin. So if we go to plugins and add new plugin, the plugin that we're going to be using for the migration is called WP Vivid. And it should be this one, Migration Backup Staging. And it has, over 600,000 active installations. So let's install that and then activate it. And I'll just exit out of this message here. So what we're doing here is we need to install WP Vivid on our SiteGround site, which I've done already on the staging site. And we also need to install the plugin on our local site. And then they're going to be able to connect to each other in order to do the migration for you. So to set that up, on the destination site, which is the SiteGround site, which we're currently on, we need to go to the Key tab in WP Vivid, and we want to generate a key. So once you have the key and it says this key is going to expire in 8 hours, then you can copy this, and we want to go back to our local WordPress website now. All right, so now I'm in the local WordPress install that I have on my computer, and we want to install the same WP Vivid plugin here. So under plugins, we'll say add new, WP Vivid, and then migration backup staging. We want to install that plugin and then activate it. Okay, so before we do the actual migration, I just want to mention that it is kind of important that you make sure that your local WordPress admin login has a secure password, because this migration is going to completely override everything you have on your staging site with your local site, including the admin login. So either change it now on the local site before you migrate, or change it right away after you migrate it to your sort of publicly facing site. So once you're ready to migrate with WP Vivid on the local site, what you want to do is go to the Auto Migration tab. And this is where you are going to paste that key that we got from the SiteGround site. So we'll paste in our key, click Save, and then we want to choose a content you want to transfer, and we do want to choose database plus files, so basically everything. And then when we're ready, we can press the clone then transfer. All right, and it might take several seconds or maybe even a minute, depending on how large your WordPress site is, for the migration to finish running. And while we're waiting, I did want to mention that there is a note here saying that if you're using local by Flywheel, which is what we did use to create the local site, it says to migrate manually, but I tried this before and it actually did work, so I feel like this is a viable solution. But if it doesn't work for whatever reason, they do have instructions where you can manually migrate your WordPress local site to wherever your host is. All right, it looks like the migration finished. So now let's go back to our SiteGround staging site. All right, so we're now back on the SiteGround staging site. So in WP Vivid, what we want to do is in the Backup and Restore tab, scroll down, and now in the Backups tab down here at the bottom, we should be able to see the backup that we created. And now we can restore this, meaning we're going to override everything that's currently on the staging site with our local migration. So let's click Restore and then press the Restore button and confirm you want to continue. And, it says don't close the page or switch to other pages when this task is running. Just kind of keep it here until everything is finished. All right, so now we need to log into our staging site using a login from our local WordPress install. So now we're in our staging WordPress site again, and you might notice that in the left sidebar, we have those custom post types that we created on our local. And we also have the ACF field groups that we had created. And if we go to pages, we have our Coderfolio homepage. So let's check out the site and see if it matches what we had on local. So I'm going to click on Visit Site. All right, so this actually looks exactly like the local site that we had, which makes sense since we did clone it exactly to our staging environment. So let's say you're working with a client and you show them this staging site and they approve it. The next step is to move from staging to production. And that's something that we can do directly in SiteGround's site tools. All right, so just to show you where we're starting out with, this is the regular site. So not the staging site, but the live site. This is the WordPress dashboard. You can see it just has the sort of starter stuff there. And this is the live website. And again, it's just very bare bones here. All right, so if we go back to SiteGround Site Tools, in the WordPress section, we can go to Staging, and this is the staging site we had created. Now, to deploy the staging site to the production site, what you want to do is go down to Manage Staging Copies, and then with the staging copy that we have, we want to go to the 3 dots on the right side, and then we want to select Full Deploy. And this says deploying the staging will replace your live site with the staging copy. So we want to do that. So let's confirm. And then it might take a little bit. All right, so it says staging copy has now been deployed. So let's go back to our production website and check that out. So again, here's the production WordPress site, and I'm going to refresh this. And we do need to log in again using that local login that we had. All right, so we've logged in. We're now on the production WordPress dashboard, and we can see that we have our custom post types again. And let's check out the actual live site. So this was the old live site, and I'm going to refresh. And now we have our new portfolio site up and running on our production site, which is pretty awesome. You also have a couple other options when you're making changes to your website. So if you go to SiteGround Site Tools, you can actually use their file manager to make quick changes to your code files if you need to. So here we have our live site up here, and then under that we have our staging site. So let's say we needed to make a quick code change to our site. We could do this on staging first. So for example, let's go to our theme. And let's say we needed to make a change in our functions PHP file. If you double click a file, it's going to automatically open in the editor that they have here. And I think it's kind of nice they have syntax highlighting, so it's not just, a plain text file. They even have like a little mini map here that you can use to navigate through the file. So you can make your code changes here, and then you can save them when you're done, and then make sure that they work. And then again, you could go and deploy your changes from the staging site to the production site once you know that everything is working fine. And another option you have for making code changes is Git. So if we go down to devs, Git, you can create a Git repository on SiteGround. There's also other options for creating a GitHub repository and then integrating that with your SiteGround website. That is a little bit more involved, and you are going to have to set up SSH logins. But I just wanted to mention that because it is possible to integrate Git with your workflow if you do want that here. And again, if anything ever goes wrong, you can restore a previous backup of your site if you need to. You can also contact the SiteGround customer support 24/7. They have trained their staff in being WordPress experts, so you can go to them with WordPress questions. And you can contact them either via the live chat. You can also put a ticket into their ticketing system, and they'll get back to you as soon as they can. And you can also contact them over the phone. And overall, in my own experience, I have found the SiteGround customer support to be pretty good. All right, and that is the developer portfolio site that we built from scratch and turned into a custom WordPress theme. Now, this is the first WordPress video that I've made, so let me know down in the comments what you thought and if you'd like to see more WordPress or other CMS content in the future. Again, if you want the Figma file and the finished source code, that is linked down below. And if you're looking for a web host for your WordPress site, I do highly recommend today's sponsor, SiteGround. And they're having a Black Friday sale until December 2nd, where you can get 85% off your first year of hosting. All right, so thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.